All right. Hi, everybody. Greetings from Annapolis, Maryland. You're tuning into the live coverage of the U.S. Team Racing Championship, the race for the George R. Hinman Trophy. And we are broadcasting from the top deck of the Severn Sailing Association in the heart of the Maritime Republic of Eastport. I'm Ashley Love from T2P TV, and I'll be your guide on this extremely exciting adventure. Team racing is a very exciting discipline within our sport, and it's very near and dear to my heart, so I'm really glad to be sharing it with you guys. And we'll have some co-commentators joining us along the way. If you're watching on YouTube, write in some comments there. I'll be following along and can answer any questions or, provide any feedback for what you guys are commenting on. All right. We have 24 teams made up of 6 people. Yes, that's 144 sailors. And they're all in FJs, double-handed, sailing 3v3. That means there's 3 FJs racing against 3 other FJs in a rapid-fire battle to see who can execute those plays, those mark traps, those passbacks the most efficiently to finish with less points than the other team. All right, let's talk about the race course a little bit. They're racing a course called a Digital N. It's very typical for college team racing, so a lot of these skippers and crews out here are very used to it. They have a 3-minute sequence. After that, they race upwind to mark 1. Leg 2 is a reach, leg 3 is a downwind, leg 4 is a reach, and leg 5 brings them upwind to a separate finish boat. From the bird's eye view, it kind of looks like a capital N, hence the name of the course. In fact, in doing all of my research for this event, I was seeing if I could find a single competitor out here who didn't sail in college, and I almost couldn't find any. There are a few who don't have a college or university association with them because they're still in high school. Speaking of competitors here this week, we have some notable sailors. Stefano Peschiera is joining us after representing Peru at the 2024 Paris Olympics in the ILCA 7. His 3rd Olympic Games where he captured the bronze this time around. Congratulations to him. We also have Annie Sitzman, who is just returning from the Youth World Championship in Lake Garda, where she and her crew, Molly Bonham, got the bronze medal in the 29er class. Including Peschiera, we have 5 College Sailors of the Year: J.C. Hermes, Sean Harvey, Sophia Reinecke, and Lachlan McGranahan, who is also one of our defending championship skippers from last year. We also have 2 Mesa Sailors of the Year, Leo Boucher and Granier Hobbs, who won this event 3 times. We have a representative of every high school Baker Team Race Nationals winning team since 2016, including the entire 2024 winning team, Cool Runnings. We have 9 Fowley Trophy winners and the 2022 College Coach of the Year, Chris Kelvin, who has won this event 3 times. And speaking of past winners, 22 competitors here have been on a winning team at this event, including almost everyone who has won the event in the last 3 years. Colin Merrick is the winningest skipper here, with 6 Hinman titles going back as far as 2002. Today being Saturday, it's actually the 2nd day of competition. The teams have been here since Thursday practicing, and yesterday, Friday, was the first day of racing. So let's catch you up on where we joined the action this morning. Yesterday, in a moderate southerly breeze, PRO Gavin O'Hare set the race course right smack in between SSA and the Naval Academy seawall, which you will see some drone footage of with our eyes in the sky from Cut and Run Productions. They're running this whole show here this weekend. They're only about 4 stone throws away from where I'm sitting right now, so the rotations can happen very quickly with teams waiting on the dock. PRO Gavin O'Hare got off 96 races yesterday, enough for every team to race 8 times. To do that, he reported to me yesterday that every race was only lasting 8 minutes on average. That is super fast. The rotations were going so smoothly on the dock, too, that he pretty much had the Ollie system on rolling 3s. Don't worry, he's got earplugs. After all that racing, Los Huevos, our defending champions from last year with Captain Justin Callahan, had a perfect record of 8-0. With 6 wins, we have Rock City Cruising Club, whose names are also inscribed on the Hinman Trophy from 2022. Tied with them is Doomsday, a team of Roger Williams alumni and their coach, The 3 skippers on that team won the Wilson Trophy last year. The Wilson Trophy being an annual international team race held outside of Liverpool, England each May. There are 6 teams with 5 wins close behind these teams, and with 2 more days of racing on the schedule, it's still anyone's game. You can see the PRO Gavin O'Hare on the SSA signal boat named Favored End. And the competitors are getting their wits about them. They're looking up the race course, looking for wind, getting a handle on how long this race course is today. It's forecast to be blowing from the southeast most of the day, which is our favored predicted southerly sea breeze. So we should have strong enough breeze to be racing all day. There's also some rain and perhaps some thunderstorms in the forecast as well. So no doubt race committee will be looking out for those warnings to make sure that everyone is safe and on the dock if any of that hits. Our chief umpire out there is Jeff Borland, a member of the Eastport Yacht Club next door, and he reported to me that they have 17 umpires. So if you see a lot of ribs rolling around out there, that's because there are 17 umpires making sure that the racing is fair and going smoothly, making calls on the fly so that races can keep going. In team racing, you can do your own spin, or you can wait for an umpire call and end up doing more spins. So it definitely favors the teams that are going to just self-penalize themselves and do a spin, because if you wait for that umpire flag to go up and you're wrong, you could be spinning forever. It's a wild, wild sport, and I can't wait until the racing starts. There are so many incredible competitors here, and some of them will be joining us right here in the co-commentator booth when they're off the water. All right, the Swiss format, Swiss League rotation. This is how our co-chair, Ian Berman from the Naval Academy, is running scoring on land. So a knockout rotation doesn't really cut it, right? Because lower teams could find themselves cut after only a few races. A full round robin with 24 teams isn't really viable either, considering the sheer number of races that would need to be required to pull that off. So in Swiss League, the teams start racing against a random draw team for a few rounds. You'll have teams that go up 2-0, teams that split 1-1, teams that go 0-2, and then teams start to get paired based on their records. It's all in rolling real time. So hopefully, the point is every team is racing against equally competitive teams as yourself. For a number of years, the system was run using a robust, if somewhat low-tech system of putting numbered balls, each representing a team, into different buckets, and each representing a different number of wins. But the march of progress was not to be ignored. There was actually a rumor that somebody lost the balls after a particularly lively post-Wilson Trophy party. IT wizard Bob McPherson, who later gave the Groves Johns Award for his invaluable contribution to team racing, stepped in, assisted by Ray Griffin and Jane Corna, the producer of a computer program that would run the Swiss League for us. It's remarkable. It allows for various parameters to be varied, like the number of times a team meets another particular team, and the variation in win records that still allows teams to sail each other. Most importantly, it carries out a continuous tiebreak process, so that at any given moment, the overall winning team can be identified. You can follow along with these results on the homepage of the Hinman Trophy. They are updated each flight, so every 12 races, when everyone has gotten in an equal amount of races, you can watch this computer program happen in real time and watch who the winning team is at any given time. It's a great comfort to the race officer if the weather is being uncooperative. All the information about results and upcoming races is real.
We're having some fun now, man.
Three, two. All right, what you're looking at is everyone sailing around trying to talk amongst their teams. Different colors out there. We have green, we have orange. If you see those boats hovering near each other, it's because they're planning their attack. Race committee is shifting the course around. About 3/4 of the right on the screen there is the signal boat, trying to find a good place to set their anchor down. The starting pin will be yellow. Mark 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be orange. And the finish boat will be just out of frame, what you're looking at to the lower left. But while they're milling around, I'd like to introduce you to our first co-commentator, Arthur Blodgett. Hey, there we are. Tell us about yourself, Arthur.
Hi guys, hi Ashley. Thanks for having me. Yeah, my name's Arthur Blodgett, and excited to see some team style yacht racing today.
Yeah, you have got a long history of doing this yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, I sailed in college at Eckerd College, and been coaching pretty much since then, and coached a bunch of sailors that are going to be competing. Won a lot of Opti Team Race National Championships with my sailors at Lauderdale Yacht Club, and yeah, that's 4-on-4, which is a little even more intensive than 3-on-3. It's actually the purest form of team racing, I think.
In your opinion, right?
In my humble opinion,
right?
But 3-on-3 is great, and yeah, we're excited to see some action.
What draws you to team racing? What's the best part about it?
Well, it's a super sport, right? Within the sport of sailing, right? Sailing is a sport. You have kind of two levels of awareness that you have to have. There's you and trimming the sails and communication with the crew within the boat, the language of speed, balancing the boat, every wave, every little puff that hits you, making adjustments for maximum speed. Then there's the awareness of the bigger strategic picture, right? Where's the windward mark? Where's the wind on the sea? And then team racing, you have kind of a third level of awareness of how are my teammates doing with their pairs? What play are we in? Are we winning the race? In which case we're going to sail fast and we're going to sail in zones. Are we converting, is what we call it, when maybe, let's say we have first place and we have third place, and if we cover the other team's boat in second, if the one covers the two and the three sails fast and free, well, now we're in a 1-2 and we're winning. We're off to the races. Or it's the other team in a 1-2, for example, and then we're chasing. And we've got to slow down the race. We got to muck things up. We want to cover their air downwind. We want to get them into attacking duel. So, yeah, there's a lot to it. I love the teamwork aspect. I think that's really good within an individual sport as well.
Yeah, and how are the teams communicating with each other? They can't use radios. They can't use comms. What are they doing out there?
Yeah, so we have a pretty universal playbook from college sailing that there's 3 plays. There's play 1, there's play 2, and then there's play 4. And yeah, so teams are generally calling plays and
literally yelling across the water, play 1.
Play 1.
Yeah.
And communication between boats on the same team has to be pretty clear and concise. So we limit that to 1 to 3 words. If you're saying a paragraph to your teammate,
it's too much.
It's too much. Say less. Say less.
Right.
Everyone is going slower.
And some teams try to come up with code words and code names for things they're doing, but most teams just simply say play 1, right? The other team knows that that's what the other team wants to do. It's not a secret.
Right. Well, El Equipo is a team doing a really good team race team, and they speak Spanish with each other, so that can sometimes confuse the other team. But it's mainly about execution, and so you're using 1 to 3 words with your teammates. I need help. I need balance. Mark trap. Pass back. Finish. Split. Things like that. Mm-hmm. And then there's also a loud, ongoing dialogue with the sailors and the opposition that they want the umpires to listen in on as well. I'm on starboard. I'm clear ahead. Stating the facts to help the umpire see the last point of certainty from your perspective.
Yes, that's the really cool thing about umpiring live on the water. Before they had on-the-water umpiring, you'd be going back to shore with 16 protests from that race. How do you decide how that race is going to go? You can't wait till after it's all over to determine the outcome. So having the umpire following there's 2 per race. There's the point and there's a wing, and they are watching the race like a hawk. And if somebody's hand goes up with a protest flag, they are involved. They wait for the boat that was penalized to do a turn, but if they don't, they can step in and start making them do turns. So that when the race finishes, you know who won that race. Sailing clean is definitely an advantage, but kerfuffles are bound to happen. I mean, unlike fleet racing, you have a teammate out there that can sit on a boat and give them bad air. They can set a mark trap or a pick to keep their opposition from rounding, to let you around on the inside so you can get ahead of your opponents. But fleet racing is always the utmost importance. You have to fleet race first. You have to be in the right shift, in the right puff, and then you team race if you have to. And out here on the Severn River, right where they're racing, you're seeing the other side of the Naval Academy where there's some research buildings and they have a lot of their storage for their big yachts. On the top left is Hospital Point. That's the corner of the main campus of the academy. And the Severn River goes up very far north. When it blows from the north, we get some big puffs out of there. But it is a southeasterly, so that's coming over quite a bit of land. It's coming over the majority of Eastport and the Highland area, so it can be very shifty where they're sailing. What's your experience racing in this area, in this particular spot?
Yeah, from the current direction that we have, I mean, if I could speculate, I see why it's difficult for these races to get underway. You've also got some kind of sinkholes in that anchorage where the race committee has to set a super deep anchor. Marks might be dragging. Looks like they got their starting line about set right now, but yeah, with this cloud cover and kind of cloud-driven wind shifts, it's gonna be a shifty day. Mr. O'Hare, our PRO, might have trouble equaling his total from yesterday.
Yes, he's actually an alum of the Naval Academy and a member at SSA. And fun story about that sinkhole that you just mentioned. Another thing that ties the Naval Academy to SSA in a particular way is back when the SSA was being built, they needed a little bit more fill to fill in the bulkhead where they had laid out the docks. And the Naval Academy was being filled in, and they were digging earth from right where they're sailing to fill in the Naval Academy. And the people at SSA said, hey, we want some too. So we're actually sharing some of the same fill, spread over 2 different points of land, and that's why it's so deep right where they're sailing.
Nice, that's amazing. Not sure you could get that past the EPA in this day and age.
That was the 70s.
Yeah, we're the 50s is when
The
SSA
50s?
was built.
Oh,
yeah.
then it was the 50s.
But
Or maybe that's when it was filled in.
we're grateful to have this this water access and this club right here.
Yes, we're able to sail literally right off the dock, which gets in a lot of rotations very quickly. The competitors can sail to the race course and back in probably, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You're looking up Sprague Creek right now towards downtown Annapolis. The wind is definitely very shifty. We have some big weather systems that are going around us, definitely shifting things around. And that is one thing about the N course. The N course does give you lots of different points of sail, 4 mark roundings to get in those mark traps, but it also takes quite a big effort to shift it every time the wind changes because there are so many marks. And the finish line is a different finish line. So race committee is out there with a lot of very experienced people from the Severn Sailing Association. Some of our sponsors are out there. The Lightning class is a local sponsor for this event, and their fleet captain is out there on race committee moving marks around. Lisa Marie Lane.
Nice, yeah, and to go back to something you said earlier, Ashley, like we have a saying, speed kills team racing, so for sure sailing fast is going to be a priority, and when it's this shifty, sailing the long tack to the mark, sailing the lifted tack, staying in the pressure on the race course, we might have some pretty one-sided legs just because of how fast the wind is shifting, and so just being aware of that as well, and fleet racing well is going to be pretty key today.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, going through my notes about how the teams came together, a lot of them sailed in college together. A lot of skipper and crew pairings have been sailing together for a long time, but some of them are brand new and figuring this out on the fly, how they're doing comms on the boat, who's calling tactics, who's feeding intel. A lot of times it's the crew, right, feeding just sort of general awareness of where their other teammates are, but the skippers have all of the team racing knowledge in their head, making the calls based on that information. SSA, where we are broadcasting from, is our host. They are providing 18 FJs. They are the ones with the blue markings across the jib and the main. That's a alteration of the burgee for the Severn Sailing Association, which represents the Severn River, Round Bay, which is that sort of blob, the dot in the middle, and then the rest of the Severn River to the north of it. And then anything with Navy on it is one of the Navy FJs. They're each providing 18 FJs to this event, so they have 36 boats that are available. And there's 6 USNA 420s as well, just in case, as a backup fleet, in case 2 entire sets of boats go missing or something goes wrong. But don't worry, all boats are racing their own. Each color races a particular other color. So Navy boats are racing Navy boats, and SSA boats are racing against SSA boats every time. For the Severn Sailing Association, this club was established with the goal of fostering the sport of sailing and providing a supportive environment for sailors of all ages and all skill levels. Over the decades, SSA has hosted numerous prestigious regattas and has been home to many accomplished sailors. It is a club that is run by sailors for sailors. We remain focused on providing excellent dinghy racing on the Chesapeake Bay, said Lisa Pline, regatta chair of the Hinman. It's home to 12 one-design fleets and a vibrant junior sailing program, and remains committed to providing an inclusive venue for anyone interested in high-quality one-design racing. This prime location provides excellent sailing conditions and stunning views. There's a lot of people watching right here from the Severn Sailing Association top porch and out on the dock. It's a really desirable spot for the Hinman competitors and spectators alike. And there's plenty to do at SSA off the water as well. There's a big event, a social event calendar that has been running. Last night I heard there was a great big game of Ledge. Is that what it is? And
I think that's what the kids are calling it these days.
That's what the kids are calling it these days, and they played well into the night. with Stefano Peschier actually dominating that table as well.
Nice, yeah, and shout out to Lisa Klein, one of our regatta chairs. She just won the Snipe Women's National Championship.
Yes, for maybe the multiple times, right?
I think this may be her first win as a skipper.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, she's a dual threat, and just another example of how this is really a regatta run by sailors for sailors. I'm a member here at SSA.
I am too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
We both keep our boats here too,
right?
We
do.
You have it as set J70 now?
Yep. We've been fooling around with the J70 this summer, and but the Snipe is the primary boat that I like to race.
Very nice, which is also one of our sponsors here.
Awesome. And a cool aspect of SSA membership is that every member has to volunteer 3 days for the club. We call them service days. So a lot of the people serving on race committee right now and helping with the social events are sailors from other classes that you mentioned. And yeah, so they're happy to be helping out with this national championship.
That's awesome. For the Snipe class, they were actually the sponsors of the game night last night. And for many of the next gen Snipe sailors, there are so many Snipe sailors that are racing here at this event. Lisa sent me a list, and it just went on and on of people who have done very well at the national, local, and regional level. There's also a timber pizza truck. They've been cooking meals for everybody at dinner. There's cornhole, ping pong. It's been quite a party here. 8 teams have at least one of the 15 active Snipe sailors on the water. Justin and Mitchell Callahan won the Snipe Junior Worlds in January of this year. They're sailing for Team Los Huevos. Noah Zitterer of Team AC Rats was the second place crew in that event. Trevor Davis is here. He teamed up with Justin at the Snipe Nationals in June, where they picked up the win over veterans like Augie Diaz and Ernesto Rodriguez, so that's very impressive. The local Snipe fleet will be rooting also for Bradley Adam, Reese Tyndall, Kimmy Leonard, and Kate Shermock.
Nice, yeah. Those are some awesome sailors.
Yeah.
I was at that Snipe Nationals this summer, and Justin and Trevor really sailed a great regatta. So that was super cool to see.
Wow. So tell me about the FJ. Do you know a lot about the boat in terms of how do you sail them in these light, shifty, and presumably a little bit lumpy conditions?
Yeah, so the FJ is an awesome boat for team racing. I think it's really the best dinghy for this. It's just got a really quick turning radius. It's super maneuverable, super sensitive to crew weight. Mm-hmm. There's no cleat for the jib, so the crew is actively, trimming the jib sheet at all times. And kind of like a J24 or a Genoa boat, you're steering with the jib. If you want to head up, you've got to burp the jib out a little bit. Got to ease the jib a small amount to allow the bow to come up, mm-hmm. And then trimming slowly at the rate that your skipper is heading up. So there's coordination between the skipper and the crew and constant balance. And then also it has pretty small foils, pretty small dagger board and pretty small rudder. So unlike, the 420 and the Opti, you can't really scull yourself out of situations in the mm-hmm. FJ. So it's as far as from my experience, it's the ultimate team racing boat.
Nice. And there's no spinnaker. We're not worried about all of that boat handling part. Just focusing on the main and the jib and sailing downwind. They go into their 2-sail mode or their wing-on-wing mode with the main on one side, jib on the other to go dead downwind mode.
Yeah, and watch the transitions on those when when these sailors are roll tacking, are roll jibing, are transitioning from a reach to a run and a run to a reach. They're looking to gain an acceleration on all those maneuvers. So they've moved the committee boat again. Signal boat's re-anchored, and we'll see if the PRO's happy with the course axis now, and we get into some racing pretty soon, hopefully.
Yeah, this national championship for team racing has been running since 1981, actually. The first event was started by Sailing World magazine, and it was so successful that U.S. Sailing adopted it and made it their own. A trophy was donated in George R. Hinman's name. Hinman's service and contributions to our sport included being amongst the winning second championship. They won the second championship for the Sears Cup, which is a junior triple-handed event in keel boats. Hinman was also a top-ranked sailor in the International One Design class for many years out of Long Island. He was an ocean racer and took part in the America's Cup in several positions, including helmsman, syndicate manager, and chairman of the AC Selection Committee. He served for a time as the president of the North American Yacht Racing Union, which is now U.S. Sailing, vice president of the International Yacht Racing Union, which is now ISAF, which is now World Sailing. Warning. Then the first umpired national team race was in 1990. So for 9 years there, they suffered there a bit, probably with protests. And that was when Gary Bodie became chairman of the U.S. Team Racing Championship Committee. In 92, he restored the popularity of the event. It is still to this day the hottest event in the country, attracting the best teams racers in the country. Over the years, the championship has been raced in Vanguard 15s, FJs, 420s, and Z420s. And this year, as I said before, the Naval Academy and the Severn Sailing Association have pooled their fleets together to make 36 boats. Now, Gavin O'Hare, again, is an USNA alum, and we've got a lot of SSA members out there running race committee, trying to get this race course ready so that all of you guys can watch some good racing.
That's awesome, Ashley. I'm learning a lot from history lessons this morning.
Well, it's all important. I mean, we're racing for this Hinman Trophy. Who was this person?
Right.
We want to know. All right, let's check the YouTube feed. I am checking it, so if you're commenting on anything and have any questions, I'm gonna respond to it. Mahalo Tingum, you're welcome. He said thanks for everyone for making the live stream possible.
Landing.
I think we'll be able to hear the horns from here on
Landing.
deck when they are ready. Someone is standing in the back of the signal boat with their hand on flag, so maybe that's a good indicator that racing will be underway shortly.
Yep, we got a signal boat, and then the lime yellow pin to the right of that, in front of the Navy shipyard. A little bit of chop, a little bit of waves rolling into the Severn from the Chesapeake Bay. You're more into the waves here on starboard and across them on port. So the technique of the sailors to help work the boat through the water is really important for speed as well.
How important would you say is the starting lineup, getting off the line? How much match racing and team racing are you doing pre-start?
So it depends. Different teams have slightly different philosophies on the starting line. I would say most teams at this level are running a combination of a boat-on-boat, one-on-one matchup, and then also they have zones in the start where you have somebody that's generally starting more towards the committee boat, and somebody that's starting more pin, and then a middle boat that may slide towards the favored end as well.
Yes, it's the responsibility of that boat starter to try and win the right. The pin wants to win the pin, and the middle boat. Is that the hardest position? I'd say it would be.
Yeah, I think so. Generally, my team race philosophy is that you want to have spacing on the start, and you want to disrupt your opponent's spacing. You'd love to have two of them kind of stuck pinching each other out. So the pin boat and the middle boat are working together to herd two opponents kind of into each other's airspace. And so we're walling them off. We have one boat luffing them up. We have one boat preventing them from tacking out. And then the boat that was preventing them from tacking is gonna pull out and go for speed on time. And we're looking to all get good starts because we want to get that 1-2 opportunity if we can off the line. And it's really important that you're able to defend against the other team having a 1-2. I think back when I was in college, Ken Legler did a little statistical analysis and found that maybe 70% of team races are won in a 1-2 combination in college sailing. So the first, second and last, first, second, in anything will win the team race. So that's the priority off the start. And also, if the other team is close to that, your priority is to be beating two of them and slow the race down so that they don't have that play one opportunity.
Yeah, I'm wondering with the Swiss League rotation where boats are meeting boats that they're equally competitive as, if that changes the 70%. But we sure hope so for our commentary, because it's much more exciting when there's an unstable winning combination.
Yeah, for sure. And there's something really, really beautiful about a team that can run a good play too. Just the teamwork involved in staying in second, third, and fourth, and 2, 3, 4. Just controlling the race without actually winning the race is really takes teamwork.
Yeah, and if you're a fleet racer out there watching this as a sailor, you're probably used to maybe 3/4 of a mile or a mile of a first windward leg, where the start, yes, it's important, but you have plenty of time to get sorted with your boat speed and your pointing ability and be able to work your way over from a left side. With the 8-minute race courses here, that means that the first leg is like 2 minutes long. You don't have much time to recover from a bad start, and if you get pinned to the left side, you're going to have trouble getting back over to the right side of the course. Now, it is a starboard rounding at the top, so that changes the rules a little bit too. A lot of fleet racing is port roundings. What's some of the starboard rounding at the top windward mark rules that come into play?
Port starboard.
That's a big one.
Looks like we got a race here that's just starting, and one boat
individual
is
recall.
over early. And it looks like Team 789, the orange sails, has two boats pretty deep off the starting line. So, one of the boat 10 looks like they're coming back.
In 789, we have Down to the Wire, and in the green SSA boats is AC Rats.
Okay, 10 clearing the line, dipping below the line. So they're going to be pretty deep sixth here.
Yes, they are. They just had a start. That was the first round, Down to the Wire versus AC Rats. But I'm on Panic.
So after 3 boats went back at the start, it's a little tough to tell the combinations, but we're happy to be racing.
Coming into the starting line are SSA Pink and Black. In pink, we have Wishbone, and in black, we have For the Buoys. That's cute. The pin appears to be a little bit favored.
Yeah, and you can see the pairs here coming into the line, right? It's like 6 versus 15, 13 versus 5 for the middle, and 14 and 4. 14 coming in hot at the boat end, looking to win that end. And someone's over, once again.
That's probably going to be pretty common. That might have to do with the current out there. We do get a pretty big current. 15 is over the line early. For the Buoys is coming into the day with 3 race wins.
And the pink team here with a play one opportunity, right? Both 6 and 5 seem like they're in first and second right now. So they're just sailing fast to opposite sides of the course. And depending on which way the wind shifts, they might balance a little bit. But good start for pink. And Ashley, you're absolutely right. The current's going to be a factor today. The tide should be coming in all day. So that's from the pin to the boat, which tends to push people over when they put their foils up into it. And on this cross here, it seems like pink 4 might be in third place. So pretty strong advantage here for pink. If they do reach the windward mark in the 1-2-3 combo,
ooh, tight duck there.
There's going to be a protest. I think that's going to be a green flag.
The
no, they're taking a
umpires-
turn.
The umpires are there in that gray rib, and the wing is at the top of your screen in the little whaler.
5 took a 1-turn penalty on their own.
And 6 is already coming back. Just they had a pretty strong 1, and they wanted to get in better position on this boat heading out to the left. The first mark is to the right of your screen.
Yeah, that was a nice job pinning the opponent to keep their teammate sailing free, and hopefully keeping a 1-2 minus the teammate that had to take a penalty turn. So here's that starboard round windward mark, and trouble for pink. They're having a duck there, and the black team's actually in position here to either round the mark and maybe grab the 1 there.
Wishbone is sailing in pink with Captain Graham Woodworth, who is an All-American from Tufts, graduated in '97, and he's a college team racing national champion from 1996. He's podium finished at the Hinman 7 times.
Wow. So Wishbone here is in first, fourth, and fifth, and we call that a play 4 combination. And so the key here is watching kind of the fourth and fifth place boats. Fifth is slowing down sixths on the reach leg, and fourth is trying to push around. But the blue team is in 2-3-6, which we call split the banana. They're trying to slow down 2 opponents, peel them off, and get their teammate out of last. So of the 5 boats in the screen right now, 3 of them are trying to slow opponents, and a couple are trying to go fast. And it looks like we're going to have some obstructions in this race course as well, some anchored sailboats. So this is looking like a pretty fun mini golf course.
Yes, they have some obstacles to get around, but there are the rules of obstructions that they can call overlap, just like any other mark, to make sure that they get around it safely. Oh, there's a flag by boat 5. Pink is still in a 1-3, but that is a somewhat delicate situation.
Yeah, this has turned into a pretty good close race, and a lot's going to happen here at the Leeward Mark. Both teams, their boats ahead, are going to be setting mark traps on this port round Leeward Mark to try to help the boats behind. Before the mark, though, it looks like the blue team, the black sails, look like they're back in 2-3-4. So they successfully split the banana, and that's a technical term actually. Roger Williams, Team Race National Champions, asked Amanda Callahan at the U.S. Sailing Symposium a couple years ago, "Hey, do you guys still call it split the banana?" And they in fact do call it split the banana. So 2-3-4 coming into the mark. The pink team is losing now. They have a 1-5-6. So their boat in first is setting a mark trap, trying to muck things up, trying to slow things down.
All right, and I have a correction to do. I was looking at the wrong rotation list. This is Nads and Hot Soup.
Okay. Nice job by 13, 14, 15 of defending that mark trap and maintaining the play 2-3-4, streaming along on the bottom reach.
Hot Soup is in pink and Nads is in black. Hot Soup has their captain Bradley Adam, the current assistant coach at St. Mary's, and a graduate from there in 2018. He's racing with J.C. Hermes, who graduated the Naval Academy, with Kimmy Leonard in 2022. Both of them sailed together a lot. So this is actually a very exciting pair-up because they're racing against the current midshipman of the Naval Academy with Captain Ryan Waba, who's graduating in 2025, who regularly crews for his skipper Nathan Smith.
Yeah, so we've had a little bit of a change here. Boat 4 on Hot Soup able to get room at Mark 4 on boat 13, and Hot Soup may be in a play 1 here, so potentially snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
J.C. Hermes and Kimmy Leonard were amongst the team that won the Team Racing Nationals for college team racing when it was here in Annapolis. In these boats, well, in the Naval Academy's version of the FJs, so they're very comfortable here.
Key here is going to be boat speed. Can 4 go fast enough that they're able to tack and cross 13 before the port ley line? They're not going to get any help from teammates, so this is really a drag race to the port ley line, and then seeing if they can tack and make a clean cross.
You'll see 4 probably try to pinch up to try. Oh, okay, 13 gave it to them, but now they have to try to get across 14. Which they will not. So now 14 can be in an attacking position.
14 protecting the starboard advantage there. And now 6 is going to try to use their wind shadow to help their teammate. I believe that's the finish boat kind of in the top left corner. Yeah, with a little blue flag flying. Hot Soup looking pretty good. They've regained the ace, we call it, when you're beating the other team for last place.
Yes.
Looks like 5 has control of 13 as well.
Bradley Adam is sailing with Shelby Jacobs, an All-American crew from St. Mary's. Graduated in 2017. Grew up sailing in Toms River Yacht Club, New Jersey. Hey, that's my neck of the woods. And Dylan Paiva is the current associate head coach at the Naval Academy, sailing with Lydia McPherson Schomburger of St. Mary's. So it's a St. Mary's USNA alum combined team.
Yeah, that's a good team right there. Bradley Adams is one of my snipe practice tuning partners, and we have some pretty good competition in the practices here and the T-Sods. He's definitely a guy who loves sailing and just always practicing with a good attitude, trying to get better, and a good coach and teacher as well.
All right, boat 15 has a piece of Hot Soup, boat number 4, or no, that's their own team. Nope, that's the other team.
Yeah, you're right.
15's going to try and slow down 4 until his teammate can get into the picture, but is there enough race course to pull it off? They're above lay line for the pin, so all they can do is try to slow them down. They can't pin them out from finishing.
Yeah, and here's where having the ace is pretty helpful as well. It looks like Hot Soup's going to get at least first and third, which is good enough to win. So nice race for Bradley, for Dylan and JC and their Super Cruise.
Yeah, wasn't it wild to see some undergrads of the Naval Academy racing against their own coaches and against their own alums, but they know each other, so they can all be friendly after it happens. So that was a great race. A lot is shifting, a lot is happening out there, and you can't just decide that the race is over until it's over. Not till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, for sure. It seemed like a done deal for Hot Soup winning off the starting line. Then they were actually losing after Mark 3 on the bottom reach, and then able to get Mark Kroom at 4 and get it done on a shifty last leg.
All right, Naval Academy boats, pink and green. This is Jet Lag in green and AC Rats in pink.
So coming into the windward mark, and green seems to be in a really solid combination. That's Team Jet Lag, you said?
Jet Lag is in green, AC Rats in pink.
Yeah, so a pretty solid 1-2 for Jet Lag, and their third boat is actually in 4th place. Gonna slow the last 2 opponents down a little bit here, make a little bit of a gap.
On Jet Lag, team captain Yuri Namikawa is an all-American crew from Stanford, graduated in 2014. She was the captain of that Stanford team as well, sailing with Kevin Loeb, a Stanford grad from 2014 as well. He was a finalist for the Youth America's Cup team, and he was on the Global Team Race Championship team in 2019. They're sailing with Mateo Guzman Vargas and Samantha Steele, the other boat being Oliver Toole and Kelly Toole. They are a husband and wife team. Everybody went to Stanford back around 2014, 2016. Mateo, Oliver, and Kelly also sail Etchells together. They took home 3rd in the Pacific Coast Championships in the Corinthian class.
These teams are not only good at sailing, they're highly educated.
Yes. The AC Rats, the captain is Emily Alfertish. This is a College of Charleston team. Mostly undergrads and recent grads. Emily is sailing with Marina Dreyer, and the other boat is Noah Zitterer, sailing with Andrea Melnick, and Brendan Geller and Anna Sherry.
Nice, yeah, that's a good team. I remember when Noah and Emily were in Opties, and both pretty awesome sailors. But experience seeming to be winning out here. The green team with numbers advantage at the front of the fleet. They've got a 1-2 or a 1-3 here, and boat 10 is just going to kind of clean up the combination, make things a little bit more stable, solid for their teammate here. There's the little lured luff on the opponent to
Give
solidify.
11 an inside overlap over 9. Nice converting that. They are rounding this mark to port.
Well, they've lost the ace, though, so less margin for error on keeping this play one.
1-2-6 is still winning, but we still have a little under half of the race course to go.
Maybe getting the ace back here with 12 potentially gaining an overlap on 7. You can see the umpire boat in a perfect position to see that overlap from a beam of them. Little double jibe.
Gap out the 6 a little bit. Now in team racing, the zone is back down to 2 boat lengths. In fleet racing, it's 3. So if you're wondering about that, that's why.
Yeah, it's a little hard sometimes for sailors to conceptualize how short 2 boat lengths is. You'll have sailors calling for mark room at maybe 5 boat lengths. And,
Wishful thinking.
Umpires have to give them a reality check.
Even with the drone shot, it's hard for us spectators to see this 2 boat length zone because you really need to be able to see it from right directly over top. These drones do have a good zoom feature, so it can condense things and distort the image. So we can be umpires all we want from our backseat drivers right here, but they have a way better view on the race course. We can see the puffs on the water, though, from this drone. Green is setting up very nicely on the right side of the course where it looks like there's more pressure.
Yeah, Green doing a nice job covering on the last leg. First and second covering third and fourth, and fifth covering sixth.
Again, AC Rats is pink, Jet Lag is green. So Jet Lag has the advantage so far, right? The finish line is to the right of your screen. Merging with another race still on their third leg, going downwind. The race winners are probably over at the finish line. This is the 5th and 6th place boat in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, having that ace is a really nice insurance policy for your winning play. If you lose one of the boats in the 1-2, then you could still win 1-4-5. But I think the Stanford alums team has had enough days here on the East Coast now to shake off their jet lag, and they're gonna come away with the win.
Oh, nice pun there.
A lot of these team names kind of lend themselves to that.
All right, Jet Lag finishing with a 1-2. Well done to them.
I think a lot of competitors might be a little more than jet lag this morning, too.
Well, they've had a few days to be here. This is the second day of competition for them, so they were out there racing in the exact same spot yesterday, getting some races under their belt in very similar conditions. So today they should be quite settled in by this point. So we have about 4 more races under our belt, and they got 96 in yesterday, so we have a long way to go. We'll check the rotations to see who's up next. All right, race committee, I'm just getting this in. They're resetting the race course again. We saw the big puffs out there and a lot of obstacles in the course. I'm sure they're trying to adjust to make sure it's as fair as possible. And we've got our GoPro shot here. The official action camera of U.S. Sailing. They're using GoPro 12s out there to bring you the action from the water. So here's a word from them.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
GoPro 13 is coming out in September. Very exciting. We'll have even more features. But one of the features of the 12 is that they're running a live feed right from it, and we could pull audio if they wanted to, but some of the umpires don't like to be heard, which is fine.
Yeah, the GoPros and the drone shots are really bringing this sport to a whole nother level. I mean, it's great to be able to have, you know, up close video that we didn't have when I was sailing in college, and just for viewers, you know, I think that team racing would be a great Olympic sport. You know, it can be fully co-ed, three sailors on each team of each gender, and great live action. You know, country sail versus country sail, and you know, viewers, you know, yelling at umpires from their couch, just like we do with the NFL every Sunday.
Yes, and no doubt these teams will be re-watching this feed, I'm sure, after it's over to analyze their races, and other team racers can learn from them.
Yeah, we're using cameras a lot as part of the learning process for sailors at all levels. College sailing actually changed their rules to allow for drones at regattas now, provided that you share your footage with all the teams there.
We'd like to thank GoPro for being the presenting sponsor of this U.S. Sailing live stream. All right, while the race committee is resetting up the course and some of the boats are doing a rotation to get in their new boats, we're going to take a little break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, for sure.
Sun's coming out.
Yeah.
right. Race committee is all set right back up again, so we're going to rejoin the sailing action and figure out who's in which rotation. We're at race number 99.
Takeoff.
Race 99 is between Savin Hill Yacht Club and Los Huevos. Los Huevos came into the day fully undefeated. So this will be a very exciting match. Savin Hill comes into the day with 5 wins. Savin Hill Yacht Club is racing with Sophia Reinecke, with Lily Mathieu crewing, Scotty Sinks and Lori Ferraris, and driver number 3 is Wade Waddell and Colleen O'Brien. On Los Huevos, we have Justin Callahan, Marbella Marlowe, Mitchell Callahan with Sarah Schumann, and Lachlan McGranahan and Libby Redmond. They are our the same exact team that won this event last year in 2022.
Yeah, I'm rooting pretty hard for both of these teams. I coached Libby, Sarah, Justin, and Mitchell in Opties, and Sophia in high school. So
Wow.
a lot of great sailors.
I guess I picked the right person to come talk with me.
Really good people too. So I guess you picked the wrong person if
oh
you
my
were.
goodness, I picked the wrong person again. Let's see who's racing here. 1, 2, and 3. Are we going to be following this match?
Yeah, I just saw Sophia on land, so I think
nope,
they
can't
might
be
be
them.
coming up in a little bit.
Okay. 1, 2, and 3. It's hard to tell which match we're watching. Okay, 1, 2, and 3 SSA. Is down to the wire and for the buoys. In red.
It's a nice GoPro shot on the water.
This is about the same angle as the umpires would have. Except the umpires would be a little bit farther forward to look at overlap. So this is our good spectator view. So they're not in the way of the umpires who need to be where they need to be. Okay, we are now joining the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 match. One United and the newspapers. One United is in orange, and the newspapers are in green.
Newspapers with a pretty solid 1-2 combo here. About as comfortable a lead as you're going to get at this regatta.
Yeah, you can't get too comfortable.
The Swiss League is the great equalizer. So the news is spreading out in a good 1-2 zone here. And we say that the race is not over at the finish line. We say the race is over when we've reached the ley lines with the lead. So being spread out actually plays to the advantage of the team that's winning. They have more time to balance the race. more time to make sure everything's good. And if they need to slow either of the pairs, more time to let their wind shadow take effect.
Right, and all 10 and 11 are trying to do is not affect each other because they're both trying to sail fast. The 11 tacks away so that they both have clear air. And the trailing team makes it easier by staying in the middle of the course and can make it harder by spreading out and trying to get 10 and 11 unbalanced from each other.
Yeah, there's different philosophies on that for sure. Personally, I like it when they spread out. It just gives us, again, more time to see the balance of the race course.
Right, well, they can spread out, but you, as the 1 and the 2, can handle that differently.
Yeah. Just like in fleet racing, you're looking to stay between your opponent and the finish line, and stay between your opponent and the next puff or the next shift. Interesting move by one of the boats on Quippo sailing down to do a pass back after they've lost the race. But that race is over, so on to the next one.
Joining in the start with 4, 5, 6. And is 16, 17, 18. Fast and Curious in orange, and Wood Street Warriors in blue. Blue is 4, 5, 6, orange 16, 17, 18. Blue had a very nice start. Not quite winning 2 pairs, but it's definitely close on the left side. 5 has great control of 18 down here. We're not sure of where the other pair is, but my guess would be they would be course right. If you're winning 2 pairs and not last, you're winning the race. It's definitely too early to tell this early in the fleet, but that's sort of what they're talking about on the boats. Two races converging. You'd hope in the digital end that reach leg is long enough to really separate the downwind leg from the right side of the course of leg 1, but it isn't always the case, and all the rules of sailing come into play. You can't force your teammate into an opposing race unless it's your proper course to do so.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty contested race at this point. See how things shake out coming into the windward mark.
Wood Street Warriors, we have Campbell D'Alescu, an All-American from Georgetown, graduated in 2019 as the team captain. He's a 2-time podium finisher in college team race nationals, and he sails 29ers on the world stage. He is sailing with Megan McRae, a 3-time All-American crew from Georgetown. also. So this is mostly a Georgetown. Actually, we have Georgetown, College of Charleston, and Yale represented on this team. The other two skippers are Christoph Killian and Morgan Pinkney, with crews Elizabeth Pemberton and Chloe Hudgens, respectively.
Wood Street Warriors into a winning combination, 2-3-4. Nice little pin by boat 5 to help their teammate, and boat 6 pass them at the windward mark.
The Wood Street Warriors are a Roger Williams team. Oliver Stock sailing with Dawson Chambers. Oliver is the team captain. Carlos Bermudez de Castro sailing with Jed Laurie. And the third boat being Riley Reed and Addison Fisher. All of them graduated Roger Williams in either 2026 or 2027.
The current national champions at the collegiate level.
They also won the Baker Trophy last year with Tommy Sitzman and Robbie Meek, who are on a different team. Downwind leg, the advantage, you could say, goes to the team behind. They could use their wind shadows to blanket the team ahead.
Yeah, right now, Fast and Curious is running a strategy called the high-low, where one of the chasing boats goes hard for the inside. That's boat 18 at the bottom right of your screen. They've been aggressively covering boat 5's air all the way to that jibe, and now they're hoping to get a little bit of an overlap at the mark. So the high-low is a good way to chase. Ooh, a little bit of traffic there, put them in a slightly worse position.
Yes, their mark is now top left of your screen. They'll be rounding that to port, but there's a lot of battle to go. It's going to be tricky for boat 16. They have the first place, but their teammates are in 5th and 6th. So how do you slow down 3 competitors behind you without getting swallowed up? You bump and run, bump and run. They're just giving these little jabs to boat number 4 to try to condense this race back together so that 18 and 17 are closer into the game and can maybe pull something off. And 18 may have room now on boat 5, but boat 6 has a piece of them to keep them out. Ooh, 18 port starboard there on boat 5.
Yeah, nice job getting a piece there, and boat 5's going to take their penalty turn on their own.
All right, so that's one boat. And now that puts the orange team in a 1-4-5.
How the turntables have turned.
18 will now try to gap boat number 5 and keep them well in 6th position. But 6 is on top of 17 to try and convert this back to a 2-3-5.
And boat 4 as well, getting in on the action. They're doubling on 17 to try to keep those pairs balanced. So this is trying to split the banana right here at this mark.
Boat 4 really took advantage of that 2 boat length circle and sailed around the zone to get down into the game.
Yeah, but they got pretty down speed in the process. They're not looking so hot right now. 6 had a decision to make here on which pair to take, and I think they might have chosen wrong. Looks like 18's gonna speed out 4 before the next ley line. So 6 is gonna go there now and try to clean it up. 4 tacking and sailing to the help.
Boat 16 still has the 1, trying to just stay between the action and the finish line so that they can drop in to whichever pair needs the most.
You see the advantages of the play too here is it's really a 3-on-2, right? The blue team has a numbers advantage here.
Right, 16 is so worried about being swallowed up that they're not really in here. Okay, now they're going to try coming in on 6 to do a pass back with their teammate 18. It would be a front door pass back this far to the left of the course.
I think 6 made a mistake there giving up the starboard advantage. yeah, you're absolutely right. They're trying to do a pass back here, and if the wind stays left, that'll give them a 1-2. If we get a right shift before the finish, then the blue team's back in it.
6 just couldn't live there anymore, and it's kind of pointless to stay there. You might as well take a flyer and see if you can get back in. But they will be coming back into the story later on port.
Looks like enough of a left shear here to give Fast and Curious the win.
The right side of this last leg seems to be favored. The last 2 times we've watched this, that has been the case. 16 is ragging their jib to give 4 even more dirty air, but that is bringing boat 6 back into the picture.
They're going to both tack here to protect the starboard advantage.
Oh, and that's good to make your 2 opponents have to duck each other.
Close cross right there. That's it's going to come down to what the umpire chooses here. Let's see if we see a flag. So far, no call. Maybe it was a clean cross.
To RI, Orange got that 1-3.
I think so. Another close race with a lot of lead changes.
Back to the starting line. That's the beauty of team racing. The end course, with there being a different starting line and finish line, you can have more than one race on the race course at the same time. So they're averaging 2 to 3 races are always happening at the same time. Somebody's finishing, somebody's on their downwind, somebody's on their upwind. Lots of action to follow. Something Chill and the Super Spreaders are in their pre-start, very close to their start. Let's determine who's in which color.
Looks like Super Spreaders are in green.
All right, the Super Spreaders are all 2024 college grads, just a couple months ago. 5 of them are from UPenn, and they sailed together for 3 years. We've got some brothers on this team. Brothers Jordan Bruce and Sam Bruce are 2 of our skippers. Sam sailed for MIT, who's captain of that team, and he's an Annapolitan, so he should have some local knowledge here. And their 3rd skipper is Sam Gavala. Sam is sailing with Josh Zealander. Sam Gavula is sailing with Josh Zealander. Sam Bruce is sailing with Ella Mardson. And Jordan Bruce is sailing with Shanti Choibos. For the Something Chill team, the 3 skippers are Caroline Bayless, Piper Holthus, and Trevor Davis. Trevor is another local here, racing Snipes, and they just won the U.S. Sailing Junior National Double-Handed Championship. Trevor's a 2024 graduate of Tufts. And his crew, Nora Ong, is the team captain here today, an All-American from Brown. Caroline Bayless is sailing with Abigail Tyndall, and Piper Holt is sailing with Reese Tyndall, Abigail's brother. Another sibling pair. Siblings on one team and siblings on another team. How's it looking off the line?
Yeah, looking pretty good. Everyone getting off cleanly. No boats over.
Green won the pin, and orange was a little late at the boat, so they tacked out right away.
Yeah, I'd rather have green's position, right? They had the orange boats kind of bookended together.
Yes, and we've been seeing a few lefties coming down the course, making the port tack have some very nice advantage.
For the pin boat, that's exactly what you want to do is be lured and slightly ahead of your pair, pinch them out, and then on the flop, on the tack, getting over the top. So nice job by the pin boat on the super spreaders.
Caroline and Abigail on the Something Chill team have been sailing together since high school, right here at Severn High School locally. And Abigail was on they went to different colleges though. Caroline to Brown and Abigail to Stanford. And Abigail was on that championship winning crew for Stanford where they pretty much won everything in the same year back in 2023. Very experienced and highly accomplished in this type of racing style and these boats.
Super spreaders controlling these pairs on the course left side of the race course right now.
Super spreaders in green, Something Chill in pink. I asked the Something Chill team how their team name came together. They started doing some of the 2v2 women's events last year, and they needed a team name, and they were sitting around thinking, what should we call ourselves? And somebody said, let's call it like Something Chill. They're like, well, let's just go with that. Whoever lives on this boat with the solar panels, with their boom assortment spread out to each side, anchored right here in the anchorage, is getting a good view. I hope they're on board.
The Tough Storm Room brainstorm came up with Something Chill.
Yep.
Something Chill has a boat in first place for this race. Let's see if they try to set a mark trap. Nope, they're going to round. And super spreaders in 2-3-4. So your best opportunities to slow down multiple boats are at the marks, or setting a mark trap. And usually Mark 3 is really the best place to do your damage. So that's why boat 8, even though they're losing, their teammates are in last and second to last. They're going to keep sailing fast until they have the protection of the zone at Mark 3, and then they're going to do a little wrecking ball.
Right, because if they try to do anything at Mark 2, that just condenses their opponents to right behind them. So when those wind shadows start coming into play downwind, it can be too dangerous. And 11 and 12 are attempting a double team here, where whichever way 8 goes, they're in bad air. And they're doing a great job.
Yeah, 11 and 12 aren't going to be probably too thirsty to take the 1. They're also looking back and aware of the balance of the race course. You got 7 and 9 running the high-low play, where 9 is trying to cover 10's wind shadow, while 7 sails as fast as possible to the mark. Nice job, 9 there, driving on 10's air. And 9's basically sacrificing themselves. They're okay getting taken out if it puts their teammate ahead. When the pairs are unbalanced, when 7 crosses 10, now we're going to have a competing pass back right here.
Yes, boat 8 did a very big luff right there. Huge moves here in roll jibing these boats. Oh, did they get on starboard soon enough? You have to get on starboard and give your opponent time to avoid you. I mean, in these boats, that's a very small amount of time because the boats are so maneuverable. You wouldn't try to pull that off in, say, a sonar. but no one's spinning. Oh, maybe, yep, 8 is spinning. They jibed a little too close to 12 there.
Yep, that's got to be a red flag right there. It's going to be a 2-turn penalty.
Oh, because they didn't self-penalize. Yep, so now they have to keep clear and do their second penalty. That puts them back in the 4 or the 5. Whoa, another port starboard there between 7 and 11.
Super spreaders here just really need to kind of break out and sail fast. I mean, they've got the 1-2. Maybe,
And they have starboard advantage. They're all on the left looking downwind of the entire orange team on the right.
So now boat 11 on Super Spreaders gets to do the most fun job in team racing, which
The
is...
wrecking ball. I
Yeah.
love that job. Oh, whoa, no, they fouled too.
Interesting.
Never mind, they are not the wrecking ball. They will be spinning twice and coming up in the 6. But they have their teammates 10 and 12 in the 1-2. Unless 8 can sail high and get an overlap, 12 will try to sail high so that when they point down at this last turning mark, they break overlap. It's a port rounding coming out. There they go. 12 made sure 8 would not have overlap. Oh, another flag there. 12 thought they had lured there. And 8 self-penalizing.
8 just going a little too fast there while 12 still had mark room. Ran into the back of the boat in front of them.
These boats are tanks. I mean, they must take so much impact from hitting each other and the crew and the skipper flying around inside of them.
Well, they have bow bumpers.
Yeah, that's what they're there for.
At the same time, we're supposed to avoid contact, and you can be penalized even if you're in the right if you cause damage or injury.
Oh, 9 did a little bear away there with their starboard advantage to make sure 10 couldn't duck them and couldn't cross. So now 10 will try to sail extra distance to not get pinned out over here.
It's going to be interesting, the play call for Super Spreaders here. Looks like they're going for a play 2. 12 kind of dropped back a little bit. You know, they're winning 2 pairs.
And does 11 here just try to keep 7 behind them, or do they engage in the race ahead of them? They choose racing to get into the race ahead of them.
Pretty good chance here for the home team.
Yes, a 2-3-5. If they finish in this configuration right now, orange would get that.
Ooh, I think that luff and tack there is a mistake. Got to keep sailing fast and kind of accept the help, accept the pass back.
10 wants to send 7 to the back of this line, but 9 is still doing all they can to balance 11 back. Oh, and 7's now spinning. How many spins is that for this race?
Yeah, they luffed when they still had a proper course restriction. And really just needed to sail fast. It's been a lot of over-team racing in this race. A lot of involvement with the umpires.
Yes, we have some of the best umpires out there. Walking through the umpire room this morning, it's like, oh wow, you're here? Oh wow, you're here? Some people training and some definite pros out there.
Yeah, a lot of good calls in this race as well. I mean, that jibing too close on the run, that seemed pretty clear.
This race will probably be one of the races extending that average length time. Because there's so much team racing, it's taking them much longer to get the race in, which is fine. It's just a lot of team racing. All right, we have a 1, it's hard to tell, maybe a 1-4-5 for green? Maybe a 1-2?
Yeah, boat 9 went to go to a pass back on 10 and again got 2 down speed. Might have tacked too close there.
If 11 is laying the pin, they might be coming in for the first. Nope, they're going to have to tack again. And 8 has a piece of them.
Going to be another protest here with 9 and 10.
11's going to try to make it across. And they make it. Wow. 1-2 finish for green.
Super spreaders come away with one, but yeah, a lot of lost pairs, a lot of over team racing. So hopefully these teams can review the tape and maybe take some opportunities to break away and fleet race a little better. Good viewing though.
Oh my gosh, we have the best seat in the house, and so do all you viewers at home. I'm going to check the YouTube feed, see if anyone is chiming in or asking for us for anything. Pink 789 will be our next race. The Door and One United. The breeze is picking up. We're seeing the sea breeze direction really starting to fill in. Race committee may be making a few adjustments to the course. Some of the teams are back at the dock doing boat swaps. So we have a little bit of downtime. I'm sure the umpires are grateful for it. Even on such a short, small, tight race course, there are still big shifts and big sides of the race course that are working out better than others. But hey, that's sailboat racing.
Yeah, the wind is generally shiftier when it's cloudy out, less stability in the breeze, and it's coming over the Bay Ridge Peninsula, over down the streets of Eastport, funneling out of Back Creek, and definitely some big shifts to play.
We were also forecast to get some range storms this afternoon, so that can affect the breeze greatly as they pass by.
Right now, my radar's looking pretty clear. How about yours?
Looking pretty good. We have this little anomaly in Annapolis we call the Annapolis bubble, where things tend to go just to the north of us and just to the south of us. But that definitely changes the weather, the wind. We get a lot of big shifts. But in terms of rain, hopefully that bubble will stay in action because our drones can't fly if it starts raining.
Yeah, we pay extra taxes for that too.
We don't have a start pin in the water or a anchored committee, so boats are getting readjusted. Maybe how much control do you have over the sail shape with the controls on the FJs to be changing gears?
Yeah, you have some controls that you can change. I think most good sailors, when they rotate into a boat, they'll make sure their sail's up all the way. They'll make sure they have enough Cunningham on, that there aren't wrinkles on the main. The outhaul is kind of a preference control on how full you want your mainsail to be. Most of these sails are loose-footed, that the bottom of the sail is not plugged into the boom except at the tack and the clew. So you adjust your outhaul, and then your jib halyard really controls the mast rake. You're not allowed to move the shroud pins on a regatta like this. So you're adjusting mast rake basically just with your jib halyard. And the rake is going to change the clew height for the jib. So you're going to want to make sure that your jib cars, which on the FJ is a fore and aft adjustment. So your jib cars are adjustable. And so, yeah, I would say those are probably, if the boat's rigged right, the 4 major controls that you'll adjust are the outhaul, the jib halyard, the jib cars, and then the boom bang as well. Unlike, a Snipe or an Olympic class, or a Lightning, or some of these a little more advanced toony boats,
right.
Not all of these controls are really easy to adjust while you're racing. You don't really have the bang at your fingertips while you're hiking, and the masts are fairly stiff. So I think that's one of the challenges for sailors coming out of the college background. They're really good with the boat handling, really good with roll tacks, roll jibes. They understand the rules, and it's great to see them team racing. When they go into international classes like Lightning, Snipe, or Olympic classes, there's a pretty steep learning curve with tuning the boat.
Oh, I would imagine. And another kind of interesting point is that there's a weight limit for these boats in this regatta, but the thing that the limit part that they've been running into is that they don't have enough weight. Some of these teams don't weigh enough to meet the requirements. So they actually had to get on scales with jugs of water, sealed jugs of water, that their team is assigned to bring out with them sailing every time so that they have enough weight in the boat to keep it even among some of the heavier teams. So they got to make sure they have that. What are some of the things that teams are doing when they switch boats? Besides making sure their main is up, I don't know, getting water out of the boats. How much water do they take on?
Well, really, you should bring your boat to the dock dry. I mean, if you're getting in a boat and it's full of water, I think that was a little rude by the people that gave you the boat.
Right. You want to leave the boat better than you found it.
Sure.
All right, we have some more words from our sponsors.
We're having some fun now, man.
All right, still getting the race course ready a little bit. Gonna pull up my bag here. I've got a hat in here. This is what all the competitors got. It's a 5-liter bag from Gill. I'm really excited to be on the list of getting one. Gill is the official technical apparel partner of U.S. Sailing, and they've got one of these for all of the competitors. All of the umpires got one. They are waterproof and lightweight with welded seams. And U.S. Sailing is very glad to have them as a partner because they actually made custom wetsuits for the Olympics this year. All the Olympians were wearing wetsuits exactly designed for them with feedback from the athletes. Very cool.
Nice, yeah. I wear my Gill deck beaters when I race the Snipe in light air. Ashley, you haven't written your name on your dry bag yet. You gotta do that.
Ooh, I need a big old permanent marker, and I'll write it right there on that mesh lining. So not only can I see through to see what's in my bag, but I know it's mine. You can also tell it's mine by what's in it. Lots of snacks. That's what's in mine. When we do get another race underway, we will be dropping in with the One United team and the door.
Looks like they've moved the starting line down towards the Navy seawall a little bit. Nice aerial shot of the green pastures of the U.S. Naval Academy.
Yeah, those are the practice fields. So there's lacrosse, football, all sorts of teams practice right there with the water view. Although the parked cars have the best view over there right now, but pretty cool place to be practicing. And then Bancroft Hall, that's where all the Naval Academy midshipmen live. All of them live in that one huge building. Something crazy, I don't remember what the number is, but it's something like 30 miles of underground tunnels. So they can pretty much get from one side of the Naval Academy to the other without ever coming upstairs.
Wow, it's like Hogwarts.
Yeah. Gotta know your way around. It's easy to get lost down there. All right, we're hearing signals from the porch here. We're close enough to the race committee to hear, I think that was 1 minute left to go. The door is in pink. The One United is in green.
So One United is the new team name for what used to be known as Equipo, and that's Alfonso Garcia Bringas, Esteban Forer, and Telmo Bastera.
They're the ones speaking Spanish out there to each other?
Yes, they are.
Oh, fantastic. Alfonso is sailing with Kate Shermock, who just graduated from St. Mary's. Alfonso himself went to Jacksonville University, where he was an All-American. He was the first ever All-American named for the Dolphins team. And Esteban is sailing with Grace Benzel, also from Jacksonville, Telmos from Jacksonville, and Emily Shiutakan is a sophomore at St. Mary's. Speaking of St. Mary's, the door, all of them are from St. Mary's. Their team captain is Leo Boucher, who graduated in 2022 as an All-American, and he's one of our Mesa Sailors of the Year from that year.
Yeah, it's a good race. Leo was second at the Olympic trials in the laser.
Yes. And he's a 3-time Carl Van Dyne Mesa men's single-handed champion. Quick story on Carl Van Dyne. I grew up next to his parents. He was an Olympian. Whoa, okay, let's get back to the action here. 7 had some, whoa, ooh. We've got boats on boats here.
Whew,
11 was trying to duck 7 and ended up so low that they sat on 8, and now they're tacking 4 times. I think they just worked their way all the way back to 6th, trying to get clear enough to do a turn. If you are in the middle of the action right there, the umpires will give you a second to try and get clear before they start giving you penalties to do your own turn. But he just happened to be right in the middle.
So it looks like One United is in green. So so the door is in a play 2 here. 2, 3, 4. Pretty solid.
Yeah. The Door, the team name comes from the local bar down in St. Mary's of the same name. The Door is Leo Boucher is sailing with Roxy Snyder, who graduated St. Mary's in 2024. The other 2 skippers are Owen Hennessy and Charles Anderson. Owen is sailing with Sam Muir, and Charles is sailing with Maddie Bashaw.
Yeah, and I apologize if we're a little too skipper-centric in commentating these races. I mean, the crews are hugely important. Sometimes it's just quicker shorthand to designate the boat by the skipper, but it's both sailors in the boat are
Yes.
making the boat go fast, calling the plays, steering with their weight and sails, and yeah, we got a ton of super crews out here that are making the difference for their teams.
Especially in this moderate breeze. I mean, the crew is so crazy active in using their weight and trimming the jib to keep these boats moving fast through any maneuver.
So the Door here doing a different downwind zone where they have their third boat in the 2, 3, 4, their most vulnerable boat going low actually, and so boat 10 on One United is trying to blanket them, and whoa, we got a
Whoa, a
pretty
dial up to
aggressive-
windward.
Yeah,
Oh, who's that going to come out on?
I would flag 7.
No one's
But
spinning on their own,
I'm pretty
so
biased on this race, too.
Whoa.
Not sure that 10 had
10
had
is
room to keep
spinning.
clear, but I guess the umpire felt that they did. It's gonna make things pretty tough for One United. Their 6th boat was deep.
Yes, and we actually know on the Door which skipper is in which boat. Boat 7 is Leo Boucher. Boat 8 is Charles Anderson, and boat 9 is Owen Hennessy.
I mean, I really would have just liked to see 7 get flagged for the plot.
You can get flagged when you're on starboard if you don't give the other team room to avoid. All right, but we do have a 1-3 here. 12 is going. They should be getting to the zone first before they try to do any hooking, so that 8 can't get any room. But now 12 can take them to the moon, but they're not going to. Ooh, 12 had a big stall out there, so 8 will come into this last turning mark with room. An example of 12 trying to be the hero for their team, but
Landing.
they may have done too much.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, but yeah, they gave up a good position without achieving that much. Looks like Telmo in boat 12.
You can tell from here, that's impressive.
I sail against these guys.
Boat 8 really wants to protect the starboard side over there. There has been many puffs and shifts on the right on this last leg, so maybe that's why they want to do it.
The Door in 1-3-4 here doesn't have to be that aggressive. Boat 9 you see is not pinning 12 really that hard. It's kind of letting the other team pick their poison. You know, Telmo doesn't really know who he's going to cover here, right? He's trying to. There's that twist when he flattens his roll tack. That's a pretty saucy boat handling right there. But boat 9 is happy to let this play out as long as it needs to, because their teammate's winning on the other half of the course.
Yes, and they're probably below port ley line, so 12's gonna. There they go. They're gonna have to tack back in. Tacking duels don't seem to be working for One United, 9's boat handling is just as good.
A little down speed right here.
7 has 11 pinned out past Pinley. 11 won't be able to tack unless they are able to pinch up a bit more. Okay, 7 lets them go. They've decided we're already winning this.
There's potential port starboard. Looks like the door got across clean. Laying the pin, and that's going to do it.
All right, great win for the door. As the rest of the race crosses the finish line, we just want to thank you again for watching. We're going to take a short little lunch break and refuel, and then we'll be right back with you.
some fun now, man.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
All right, welcome back to the Severn Sailing Association. We are watching the Hinman Trophy, the U.S. Team Racing National Championship. I'm Ashley Love from T2P TV, and joining me, we have a very special guest, Travis Carlisle, who runs the junior program here at SSA.
How you doing?
And we've actually coached together,
We have.
coaching team racing.
Yep.
So let's get everybody caught up on what's going on in the last hour.
Yeah, last hour we've had a lot of racing going on. I think they just started race 138.
Yep.
It's been oscillating a lot, so
Yes.
it's
Race committee's
definitely
been making changes to the race course.
moving the course a lot, making a lot of adjustments. Sailors are having to deal with all the oscillations on the race course, which is fun when you're team racing. You're going to see a lot of races come together that you may think we're not even going to come back
Right,
together.
and then
So
everything can change. The sun has
gonna be
come out,
exciting.
the pressure is building a little bit, and we're joining in a race. Let's figure out which one it is.
looks like we have Navy boats on the course right now. Navy 123 versus Navy Black 13, 14, 15, which would be Jet Lag and in the Door, I believe, are the two teams racing
That would be
right now.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, so
Yep, it's Newspapers and AC Rats, the next one down.
awesome. So that would be Robbie Meek's team, and AC Rats is, I believe, that is one of the Dartmouth teams that is here. And Robbie Meek and Tommy Sitzman are on that team, and they are both from the Annapolis area, sailed for Severn School, won the Baker in 2022 up in Minnesota. went undefeated and won that. So
Very nice. So speaking of SSA, tell us about this program here.
yeah, so we have a very big junior sailing program here at SSA. We coach three high school programs. Bethesda Chevy Chase, who took the spring off, but they'll be back in the fall, and we're coaching the Spalding and the Broadneck teams. Spalding made the national Mallory and team race in 2022, which was super exciting. So we got to do a lot of team race coaching, and one of them is at the Naval Academy. Actually, two of those sailors are now at the Naval Academy. They're not sailing at the NADS team right now, but they're freshman and sophomore over there. Sailed against Henry Algeyer to qualify for that, which he is on the NADS team. So, we got a lot of people that we've coached against on the race course. So very, very fun.
Fantastic.
And we also just finished up our summer program. So a lot of these kids were in our summer programs as well in the past. So very exciting to see them back here sailing SSA boats.
Yeah, it's really hard to know who the home team, quote unquote, would be, or who to root for, because there's so many connections.
I'm pretty
to
sure
this
there's
club.
probably SSA or AYC person on almost every single team here, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I think there's multiple home teams. So it's just really cool to see the hard team racing that's going on this weekend. This is a really, really deep regatta. Vibes have been high on shore. I've been doing some bosun work all week, and even when teams are losing, they're having a good time. So race committee is doing a great job, and they're keeping our boats safe. No holes in boats yet. So
Yes. All right, we have the AC Rats are in black, and the newspapers are in red. AC Rats, their captain is Emily Alfertish, College of Charleston, sailing with Marina Dreyer, Noah Zitterer, and Andrea Milnick. And the third boat is Brandon Geller and Anna Sherry. All College of Charleston sailors having graduated in 2023 or still there as undergrads.
yeah, it looks like this race here got away from this black team. Their third boat isn't even the picture. I saw them spinning earlier at Mark II. So it looks like this pink team may end up with a play one through around Mark IV here.
Right, especially with boat number 13 doing more circles.
Yeah, and boat 3 is just going to slide in there. 14's doing all they can to try and just condense this race, but it's pretty spread out now, and this 1, 2, 3 is just going to kind of, I think, run away with this on this back end of this race here. So very exciting stuff.
Yeah, team newspapers, their captain is Robbie Meek, and sailing with Alice Schmid. The other skipper, Tommy Sitzman, with Annie Sitzman. They're a sibling team, brother and sister, and Reed Decker and Sophia Malavanya. It's a conglomeration of Harvard, Stanford, and Cornell.
Ooh, a little dial down there. Ooh, you may see a flag come up there. Oh, maybe not.
Nobody's spinning. I guess
Nobody's
it was
spinning.
clean.
Well, 14's really just trying to do anything they can at this point.
Yeah, which means they pretty much got swallowed up by the race.
Yeah, and just like that, it's going to be, looks like 14 got the flag there for that late dial down. So once that boat starts to go for the duck, 14 cannot put their bow down at them to create that contact. Boat 2 had to immediately alter their course, which creates the foul on the starboard boat there.
Looking at the overall scores, Los Huevos still are undefeated. They've sailed 11 races and they've won 11 races.
That's a good team.
Yeah. In second place, the Rock City Cruising Club is tied with Doomsday with 8 wins. And then there are 3 teams tied with 7 wins: Hot Soup, Savin Hill Yacht Club, and Jetlag.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of racing to go.
A lot of racing. We have all day today, and it looks like they may try and go through and do some racing tomorrow morning as well before they split into the final 8. So
there's some weather coming in tomorrow afternoon, so they'll make that decision of when they switch from stage 1, which is this big pool league play, and then they'll go into potentially quarters, semis, and finals, or maybe just semis and finals, depending on that weather front coming in.
Yeah, I think there was some possible forecast for thunderstorms this afternoon as well, so hopefully the Annapolis bubble keeps us safe.
Yes, we talked about that earlier this morning.
Fingers crossed. There's been a lot of storms that have just absolutely missed us this year, so we're holding on. This has almost been the best summer since I've been at SSA.
100%.
For wind. Like, August in Annapolis is
yes.
generally really light. So these teams coming in were, I think, banking on light air sailing, and they've gotten great wind. 96 races yesterday was crazy. RC's doing a great job keeping the races going.
The PRO, Gavin O'Hare.
Yeah.
He's a graduate from the Naval Academy and an SSA member. He said he was pretty much running the Ollie on rolling threes. They didn't even have to take a break.
Yeah, these teams have been doing a really good job of being ready for their races on shore. They don't want to miss a race, obviously. You miss a race, and that could be a regatta. So,
yeah,
they've been getting out there and running these races nonstop. It's been awesome. Thank God we have that third basin and can just get these going real quick. So this digital end's super helpful, especially when it's that south. Makes it really easy when they finish to get into the basin and make these rotations happen.
All right, we have another pre-start happening.
We do.
Navy Blue.
These are the
this is SSA 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Versus.
So that's Down to the Wire and Fast and Curious.
Ooh, no individual recall flag. It looks like this is going to be a pretty good race off the line. We got orange with 2 pairs, and green has 1 pair right now. The blue. Boat 2 comes back to cover boat 17 going right. I think he was the only one that has a piece of a team over there, so they're going to try and make this pass back on the left happen quickly. Ooh, that was a close tack by boat 18 there. Oh.
These boats can do maneuvers in such a tight little space that
looks like 16 got flagged for something. So
Didn't
they're going to be doing 2
catch
spins.
The race committee has the start boat, the signal boat. They also have the finish boat, and then they have 2 mark boats. And then the umpires, there are 17 of them, doubled up on the boat. So there's not 17 umpire boats, but there's 17 umpires on about, I guess that makes it about 8 different boats following these races. They're barely getting a break either.
No, they're definitely working their butts off out here. I know when those of you guys are curious why there's 2 umpires on the boat, when they're running their races, each umpire is being a boat on the boat. So I'm this boat and you're that boat, and they're talking through what's happening. So that's how they're
I'm
talking through their
starboard,
fouls.
I'm holding my course, maintaining speed, and then you would be the port boat.
Yep.
And then that way, when the altercation happens, they already know what the decision is.
It's pretty genius. So you don't have one person trying to make all of these calls. So these umpires are working their butts off. They've gotten a lot of compliments from the competitors today, being out there. Obviously with umpired racing, there are going to be some wrong calls here and there, just like any other sport. But overall, this is a really experienced and good umpiring group. Some of them even coaches here at SSA. I know a couple of them. Preston Senior and Gwynny Dunleavy on the water today. They've been coaching here before. And Jeff lives over in Eastport, so he's a great umpire. They got a great crew. You see, I think this blue team is probably in a play 1. Hard to tell. Kind of, we're just focused on the 1 and 18 right now. As you see, 17 coming to the picture over here.
Yeah, Fast and Curious
left.
is in blue. And Down to the Wire is in red.
Yeah, so...
And Down to the Wire, their team captain here is Matthew Hogan, Stanford grad from 2021. In the spring of 2022, he won every single event he crewed in. Isn't that impressive?
That is very impressive.
Including the conference match and team racing events that he did. And he's been volunteering as an umpire at college events on the West Coast since graduating. He's sailing with skipper Hannah Freeman, who graduated Stanford in 2024 with an incredibly long list of accolades. She was also on that Stanford winning team that just won everything in 2023.
Very impressive team.
The other skipper, Wiley Rogers, sailing with Justin Lim, and Telis Athanasopoulos Yogo, sailing with Jack Hogan. Jack Hogan being the only non-Stanford guy. He graduated Georgetown All-American in 2022.
I haven't seen the third blue boat here in a while. It looks like 1 and 2 are in a play 1, but either the third boat is in a deep 6 or
way ahead
launched
in one.
in the
Oh,
one. They-
could be.
oh, yeah,
Yep,
they're
way launched in the one.
So yeah, this orange team is really trying to catch back up and condense this race around Mark III. But I'd say this blue team, if they do their coverage right here, yeah, one coming into wrecking ball and just gap, and yeah, it looks like they may walk away with this on this last beat here.
Fast and Curious, their team captain is Campbell D'Alescu, All-American from Georgetown 2019, a two-time podium finisher in college team race nationals. Sailing with Megan McRae, a three-time All-American from Georgetown, the college match racing national champion from 2016. She's been crewing for Janelle Zarkowski-Martin on the women's match racing scene. No doubt that's been helping them pre-start. The other skippers, Christoph Killian and Morgan Pinkney, sailing with Elizabeth Pemberton and Chloe Hudgens. A lot of College of Charleston and Yale going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is a really, really deep regatta this year. I was actually at the 2017 Hinman and Sheboygan, and it was deep. But this feels like another level. Just seeing who's at this regatta and all the resumes. There's a lot of really good teams that didn't even make it in this year, and it's really impressive to see how deep this event is this year. It's kind of anyone's game, like we were talking about earlier. So
they all have to send in a resume
Yep.
of all of the teams and their accolades, and then a committee gets together to decide which 24 teams will be picked. And there was a long waiting list to even get into this one that was still impressive.
oh yeah, yeah, it was a deep, deep waiting list. I think only one team couldn't make it, which opened the door up for I believe the One United team to squeeze in here at the last minute, and they're having a really great regatta as well. So yeah, it's even if you're on the wait list, it's a deep regatta, a lot of big time names.
Yes, and this event is actually going to qualify people for the World Sailing Team Racing Worlds, which is held every 2 to 3 years. The first one was hosted in West Kirby, Great Britain in 1995, and the most recent one was held in 2015 in Rutland, Great Britain. After 9 years of taking a hiatus, World Sailing did announce that the World Championship of Team Racing will return in 2025, and it's going to be right here in America at the New York Yacht Club, Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island. In 2026, it will be held in August. Or no, sorry, that's the one in 2025 in their sonar fleet. And then in 2026, it'll be held in Gamla Stans Yacht Club, Sällskap, Stockholm, Sweden.
Wow, that's impressive. I did not know it was going to come to New York, so that's a fun fact that I've learned today.
Hey, there you go. It's all about the research, man.
It looks like this did end in a 1-2-3 for Fast and Curious here, so they did a great job of balancing on that last upwind. It's tough in this oscillating conditions that we've been having all day to balance that group out. It's real tough. So
Yeah.
doing a great job of balancing throughout the day.
Yeah, they all had a day of racing yesterday to kind of get the conditions on, and it was very similar yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
it was pretty similar. I think it was a little more east yesterday.
That makes it even shiftier and weirder, right?
It was actually a lot more consistent
Okay.
coming from that direction yesterday. I think it's been a lot more oscillating today. We've had like a southwest all the way to like a west,
Right.
which has been real weird for everybody. And it's kind of confused the race committee a little here and there. I know
Yeah.
they've been picking up marks and moving all over the place because of it.
Mm-hmm.
But they've done a great job. Honestly, we got some rock star race committee staff out there, and
Yes.
they've run some big events before, so
Yep.
it's definitely been exciting to watch them work.
We've been talking about SSA, the Severn Sailing Association, is a volunteer-run club. You're part of this permanent staff for
Yes.
the junior sailing program and people who run the day-to-day. But the race committee and actually getting a lot of all of this off the ground was members and sponsors. The Lightning Fleet is out here doing race committee. People were going to do airport pickups to pick some of the competitors from
Yeah.
the airport. Housing, putting
them.
people up, running all these parties has been volunteer run, and we know what we're doing because we have so much experience doing
Yeah,
it.
everyone here also sails, so
Yes.
it's one of those clubs that you come to go sailing. We got a little snack bar downstairs, hot dogs, cheese boards, beer, wine, of course. Obviously, some mixed drinks down there with with also Gatorade and
Yeah.
and some sodas. But this is a sailing club. All we do is sail. So when you have people on race committee, they are sailors, so they do understand a lot of how to run races. SSA has been known for running a lot of races. Before this, we were running the Olivia Team Race Invitational, kind of a little tune-up for SSA and our team racing rotations and getting things right. So
Yes, and I heard Bradley Adam and Alfonso Garcia Bringas won.
they
the
did,
Olivia,
yeah.
And they're out here sailing on 2 different teams.
Yep.
That's a pretty fun event because you just show up with a crew and your boat gets paired like a speed dating situation of
Yeah.
team racing. So it wasn't necessarily that Bradley Adam and Alfonso showed up as a team. That's
Right.
just how the computer sorted out who sails with who in the finals on the final day. And they took the win.
It was pretty exciting stuff. It was. We also have the live stream of the commentating on the SSA Juniors Instagram. If anyone wanted to check out the Olivia Team Race Finals, it was a really good race. Actually, Gabe Smith and myself were commentating on it live via Instagram Live, and we posted it to our reels. So if any of you guys wanted to see that as well, feel free to check out the SSA Juniors Instagram for that commentating. It was a lot of fun to watch those teams go at it. It was
Awesome.
Some brand new sailors were in that final as well.
All right.
We got Stefano here.
We've got a guest joining us in the guest chair. Thank you, Travis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just hop out for a
I'll hop
second and
out
we'll
so you
bring in
can
one of our
bring in
sailors here.
Stefano. Good job, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Ashley Love.
Good to meet you.
This is Stefano Pesquera. Well,
Hello.
you introduce yourself. You know more about yourself than I do.
Well, I'm from Peru. I went to College of Charleston.
Okay.
Graduated in 2018,
Right on.
and I just came back from the games. So
Where you got a bronze.
yeah.
Tell us about that final race.
Ooh, hectic. Yeah,
Yeah.
They actually had to redo it because they abandoned the first one, and I was losing the medal in that first one, so it was nerve-wracking. But
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
on the boat you just need to keep doing your job, and that's what I was doing. I was catching up, but I think it would have been a tough end of that race. And
If they
then
had
the
held
next
that
one
race.
was just as tough. The British guy who was 5 points behind me and me got a bunch of red flags. I think they were just looking at us because the whole fleet was jiving and it was super
wow.
super light winds. And then he ended up fouling me at the last downwind, and then I got 9th, he got 10th, which was fine. But then the Hungarian and the Norwegian couldn't finish first or second, and they didn't. So that's how I kept the bronze. Yeah.
Wow, that is so
Yeah.
close.
It's the laser fleet. The laser fleet's close in
Always
points
very
all the
tight.
way till the very end. So you just need to be used to it.
Wow. And that was your 3rd Olympics?
Yeah.
How did that compare?
I think I enjoyed them a lot more. That was my goal going into them. I knew I was more prepared, and I think the biggest aspect I had worked on was mental strength and approaching it like one more event, and knowing that I had to be in the present and not really think of the consequences of having a good or a bad result.
All right. Well, congratulations.
So, yeah. Thank you.
When did you get back from Paris?
I had to go back to Peru. I was initially going to come straight to here, but since I won Peru's first medal in 32 years,
Wow.
the president
better
asked
come
for
home.
me to go home. So I ended up going home for 2 days, and then I got here 2 days ago. So
Wow. Well,
I got back from Paris to home about 4 to 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been a lot of traveling.
well, we're glad you made it.
Thanks. No, thanks for having us and for hosting us. I've done the Hinman twice before.
All right. Yeah.
Finished
Tell us
second.
about tell us about your experience here in Annapolis.
Yeah, I've sailed regattas here in college at Navy, the trucks, and some other regattas, some team races as well. While I was in college, and then, well, it's the first time I'm sailing Hinman here. I've sailed the Hinman twice before, 2018 and last year, and I finished second on both.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to get the win, but we're with a sort of a new team. We have a 16-year-old in our team that was super motivated to come and do it, and
That's
I
great.
also coach him.
Uh-huh.
So I know he's talented, so I was like, I'm gonna give him a shot at it, and I think we're getting better with the races.
Fantastic. All right, let's check in with this race, and we have the Hillsides and Cool Runnings.
Okay.
Hillsides.
It's super fluky right now. It's
Hillsides are in black,
Okay.
and Cool Runnings in red.
Yeah. So they're gonna try and see if the right boats are gonna try and see if they can cross that. I think it's 14.
This
there
is
on
our
port.
first upwind leg with this race. It's hard to see. You can see what we're seeing.
Yeah.
What's it really like out there? What is this chop
It's
like?
very choppy. It's
how's
uncomfortable, and there's some opportunities to surf upwind as well. So you gotta
Really?
Identify if it's nice to put a low mode and maybe roll a boat or get yourself advantaged, or if you just want to pinch someone off, like 14 right there. He should be doing sort of a high mode, right? He probably has the one now,
And is it puffy and shifty?
yeah, it is. It is, especially the second upwind. We actually lost a 1-2-3 to another team that was chasing us
No way.
because it got so tricky and shifty, and we missed a couple shifts as well.
We are sailing quite close to land here,
Yeah.
which is an advantage for some reasons because you can get your rotations in quickly, but it also means you don't really get to see the shift and the
Yeah.
puff coming until it's on the water right next to you.
Yep, for sure. And this is going to be an awesome race because it's pretty close racing right now.
Yes, Red has a piece of 13.
Yeah.
13 is a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
overstood, so they're going to try to duck and still make it around and
a
get
tough one.
room.
I think one's ahead. One's in the 2. and
Trying to
then-
slow 13 down.
Yep.
And 3 is in the
So-
back spinning.
Yeah. So the red team's going to try and go into a play 2. They're going to slow 13 and 15 as much as they can. And the one, which is boat 14, should just stay alert. Keep the one.
But it's still an unstable combination
Yeah,
if you
yeah, yeah.
have a competitor in between you. So boat 1 trying to maybe do a pass back right here, which is risky. That's risky to do around Mark 2.
Yeah, I
because
think they're just trying to slow the is it black? Yeah, the black boats to try and get their teammate in the 6 closer and then balance a play 2, which is the only choice they have, right? 'Cause-
right. Well, black has the 1 way
Yeah,
out here.
Yeah, so black's gonna try and go into a play 4 right away. They're just pushing, but 15 or 13 should just be trying to keep an ace, which is they should just try and get the boat in the 6 and put them as far back as possible, and they're not doing that. So I think this race is pretty open.
Yeah, it can really go either way. The downwinds have been extremely
Ooh.
exciting, as you can see, just
See,
like this.
That's a 15 should have gotten boat 3 and put him, like, make sure he's behind him, right?
Right.
Now the red team can balance a play 2 if 13 doesn't get ahead over there on the right side, looking down.
Some of this will depend on those puffs and shifts
Yeah,
acting up.
100%. If it's
Yeah.
a close racing, sometimes it's
Yeah.
a puff or even a wave that decides if you're in a stable position
Or not. And the upwinds and the downwinds we've seen convergence between the races that can really start affecting things as well.
Yeah.
Just with wind shadows, but also the physical presence of another boat
Yeah,
there.
yeah, for sure. You gotta also look for that. Think ahead. Yeah, now they went into a smooth play 2, the red team.
Oh yes, they have a pretty strong 2, 3, 4 here.
Yeah.
Unless 15 can work to the inside and get a
Yeah,
piece
no,
of somebody.
they're already in the zone, so.
All these red boats out here aren't in the zone. 1 and 3 are not. Well, now they
Ooh,
are.
3 got the 1. Oh no, it didn't. Good job by the 1, actually, the boat 14, getting things condensed so that the red team can make mistakes, actually.
Yes, as the 1, it's certainly tricky to have 3 competitors right behind you.
Yeah.
You don't want to get swallowed up, but you want to try to keep it tight so that
Yeah, he could.
3 is
laugh
doing
him
a
up.
big bounce here, but it let 15 catch up.
Okay, immediate play 4 for black team. It's gonna be.
Oh, but
Ooh,
no.
spinning.
13 is spinning. Is it going to be 1 or 2?
Yeah, he got
It's
flagged.
2.
Yeah. It's amazing. These cameras are great.
Right? When you're down there and in it, what
Yeah.
kind of comms are you having on the boat? Who's talking about what?
In a day like today, it's like for sure talking about where other boats are and teammates, but it's a lot about where the puffs are and pressure. So my crew's telling me sort of where are we related to the other boats and our teammates,
Right?
and what play we could be in, and then everything else is just looking outside of the boat and telling me I see pressure on the left, pressure on the right. I really trust her because today, you, as a skipper or a driver, right, you really need to be keeping the boat moving fast all the time. It's so choppy that you need to be on those telltales and making sure you're working the boat all the time. And the crew is doing the all of the strategic work basically.
What about team racing has drawn you to be doing it at this level for so long?
Yeah, I think I did it in Optis. We were second in the Worlds and then third a year later, and we could have won the Worlds actually. We lost to China in 2009. And I loved it. Actually, my results in team racing were better than in fleet racing.
Oh, really?
So if the Olympics had team racing, I probably would have gone in team racing rather than fleet racing.
Right.
Actually. I enjoy sailing as a team and helping my teammates and myself win the races, right? It's amazing.
Which is what 2 and 3 are trying to do here to get
100%.
past 13, and it has worked.
Yeah, let's hope 2 can clear that 13's bow. But in today's conditions, like, it's hard to stay to windward.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
hard to keep a lane, yeah. Unless you're comfortable like boat 1 right there, right? But
Yes.
yeah, you need to make sure that you're bow forward on the guy to leeward of you. Otherwise, it's a struggle.
Are people losing a lot in tacks and doing maneuvers a
Yeah,
lot?
tacking is slow today for sure. So you need to make sure you know when you wanna. Ooh, that's risky.
Nope,
Yep.
I don't think they had that.
Ooh, I don't think they had it.
They're
no.
spinning. They already know it.
So 1 should have just kept sailing towards the left and make sure his teammate on boat 2, I think, balances out for him.
Yes. Right,
Instead
because
of
we're
just
getting
sending a
2
quick
pairs.
tack,
Right,
yeah.
we're getting 2 pairs of 3.
Yeah.
So if you're in the pair that has a teammate with you,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
try to get that pair going fast
Yeah,
over the other triplet.
Yeah,
Let's
and-
call it a triplet instead of a pair.
yeah, triplet. So yeah, it's competing passbacks, we call them. So
Right. We're going to do something pretty cool here. I've been told in my right ear we're going to get a replay.
of that starboard port.
Here
yeah.
it is. Didn't
Awesome.
work.
There you go.
We're going to
Oh,
keep
no,
back
it's
with the
live.
action because it is going to be an exciting finish.
There it is.
There
That's
it
the
is. They
replay.
tried to make it across.
Oh, he left
They
his
were-
main sheet.
Yes, and 1 was tacking almost at the same
Yeah.
time as 13, so they
Yeah,
really
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
even see that they were going to have a port starboard issue.
Yeah, he dropped his main sheet that finished it for him. But okay, I gotta go sailing, I guess.
All right, I guess Stefano has to leave us. Thank you so much for
No,
joining us.
Thank you. I think it's been the most exciting race I've seen so far. So I was
Awesome.
lucky.
Have a
Thank
great
you so
race
much.
out there.
Yeah, have
Bye.
a good one.
Pretty great. We'll have Travis join us back again, and see how that last race turned out. All right, what have you
Back.
seen from the top deck?
Uh,
We can see the boats.
it looks
right
a
from
little
here.
light, honestly, right now.
Yeah?
It looks a little light out there. We were just following along with your race inside.
Yes.
So listening to Stefano, bronze medalist, cool to hang out and talk with him. I'm sure.
Definitely.
I've gotten to talk with him a lot on the sidelines today.
Yeah.
So get
That's
some.
just a great example of the caliber of sailor that's here this weekend.
Yeah, there's some big time sailors here this weekend. Leo Boucher, he was vying for that spot at the Olympics in the Oka 7 for us.
For the
So
America's team.
there's a lot of really talented sailors here. I think
Yeah.
we've kind of stressed that a lot. But
We can't stress it enough.
it's so fun to watch. You don't really get to see this level of sailing all the time here in Annapolis, so it's
Let's play what's in Ashley's gill
oh,
bag.
what is an
Yeah,
Ashley's
what's it-
gill bag?
We've got snacks.
Snacks are important
There's
to
still
have.
snacks. I've replenished the snacks. We also have
Oh, a spin sheet.
We've got a spin sheet here. This is our local rag, our
Nice.
sailing rag here. They're
yeah.
a sponsor for the event, and I've got an article. I've got 2 articles in here actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, check that. Oh, there it is. I just flipped right
There
to
you
it.
go.
I really didn't mean to.
You did.
I really, yeah.
She's used to it.
But no, Spin Sheet is huge
great.
around here. They report the news. They have incredible photographers that are out on events all the time, and they are big supporters of this style of racing. Their Century Club has definitely gotten people out on the water, maybe
yeah.
even more so than they thought they ever could. They have a little party for everyone who makes it to 100 days on the water
Yeah.
in a given calendar year. I've made it 10 years in a row now.
Oh, wow.
And I'm already at 109 for this year, so
Hey, there you
I
go.
definitely fly that Burgee.
I should start applying to do that because I'm pretty sure I probably spent about
Right, you just have to
200
prove
days
it.
on the water. So we're going right into a race here. This is
Yes,
Jet Lag and Rock City Cruising Club. Rock City Cruising Club, Sean Harvey, I think this is the Yale team. They are a very, very successful team overall. I think a few of them I think they sail this regatta almost every year. But this looks like this is going to be a pretty exciting race here. I sailed against Jet Lag in 2017 when I sailed at the Hinman. They're a very, very good team. And so is Sean. Sean's there all the time. But looks like we got a exciting race. I don't know where their third boat is right now. He must be kind of going to the left off screen here. But we got 2 boats. Looks like blue boats are in probably play 4 right now, which is a winning combination. Or are those black? Oh, my mistake. They're black boats.
They are black, yes.
But it looks like they're in a play 4 right now. It looks like a 1-4-5 to
Rock
me.
City is black and Jet Lag is pink.
So Rock City looks like they're in the play 4 right now, which is it's a winning combo, but it's not always the most stable combo. As boat 4 and 6 are gonna try and slow them down probably to get boat 5 back into this race here. And you have the point boat here, boat 15, that's probably just gonna try and stay on top of these 2 pink boats to boat 5. Oh, so the pink team is in a play 2. It's a really strong play in team racing. So it's going to be really difficult for this one boat to stop this play 2 here. But they're going to give it a shot up here. It looks like they're going to set up for a mark trap at mark 1 here.
So Rock City Cruising Club, their team captain here is Sean Harvey, who is also the current assistant coach at Stanford. He's an All-American sailor from Yale. He was the 2022 College Sailor of the Year. His senior year. The same season he helped Yale, and he's now the coach and helped, or when he sailed there, he helped them sail to national titles in both team racing and second place finish at the Open Fleet Race Championship. He's sailing with Gratian Nicolosi from Yale, graduated in 2020. He finished first at the ICSA Laser Performance Team Race National Championship as well. Excuse me, she. And we have Sean Segerblom from Georgetown 2020, sailing with Caroline Tier, Georgetown 2021. And then we have Teddy Nicolosi, who was 2024 College Sailor of the Year finalist, sailing with Anisha Arcott from Yale.
Yeah, and for anyone that is younger and watching this team racing right now, watching how these pink teams set up their play 2 on the downwind is important. They're kind of building that wall there just to kind of give themselves a little balance on this downwind to prevent the 5 and the 6 from getting them unbalanced. So the way they're setting up this wall is they have one boat that's going to be far left, one in the middle, and one course right, and that'll kind of help them give each other bumps and keep them ahead of the 5-6.
Also helps them keeping from covering each other.
Exactly.
And they can capitalize on if the left pays off or if the right pays off.
Yep, it just gives them an advantage across the course to make sure that they don't lose that play 2. Play 2s, if done right, generally turn into play 1s by the time you get around mark 4. So we'll see if this boat 15 can...
They want to slow this race down. They want to get 5... They want the whole pack behind them much tighter because that creates volatility.
And it looks like the pink boat 5 is going to do the around the outside here. Push boat 15 around mark 3.
Yeah, nothing says you have to go around the mark tightly. If you sail around the outside of the zone,
Yep.
It makes 15 want to go ahead and get around the race course too.
Says they're executing this rounding really, really well here, although it looks like 6s. Oh yeah, they're going to go around the outside as well, and they may try to convert this into a play 1 here. So we're looking black play 4 right now, and the pink's going to have to kind of work their way forward, or they may play back. Looks like they're going to play back and help boat 6 here.
Pretty cool. On Rock City Cruising Club's boat, Anisha Arcott was the first person to win the Mitch Brindley Crew of the Year award. That's now a thing every year. They've always been doing College Sailor of the Year, but it's usually gone to a skipper. So now there's a Crew of the Year award in his honor.
Oh, that's awesome. I did not know they brought in a Mitch Brindley Crew Crew of the Year
Yeah.
award. I love that.
Longtime
Mitch was my
ODU.
coach at ODU,
Yes.
so that's actually super exciting to hear that he got an award named after him. I know he won a U.S. Sailing Award this past year too, so that's cool to see. Kind of give the crews a little bit of
Get them a bit more
notoriety.
Love. Yeah.
They do a lot of work in the front of the boat. For those of you guys that don't know that much about crews, they're calling lay lines, calling shifts. You know, they're doing a lot of work in the front of that boat, contrary to
And
popular belief.
On an FJ, where the leads come out from the jib are behind where they're sitting, so they're all tacking facing backwards.
Yeah, it tends to be a pretty natural movement once you get used to it, but it is a little odd when you first start tacking backwards. But it gives you a lot of, you can see kind of everything when you're sitting backwards in an FJ. So
Except for
gets
the
your weight
wind
forward.
and puffs that are coming up the course.
yeah, you do have to
There's
crane
a little
your neck a little bit.
contortedness. Even more credit to them.
No one says sailing is comfortable. Oh, it looks like this umpire boat might get in the way here. Ooh,
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it's gonna change the game a little bit for the pink team here.
And sometimes it's because the umpire. Usually it's because the race has gotten there at a strange angle. These umpires are very experienced and not.
It
Get out
happens.
of
Part of the
position.
part of the game.
It is
part
just
of the
like
game.
the moored boat
Yes.
that was in the middle of leg one.
Oh yeah. This is gonna come down to the wire for sure. With the jet lag in black, correct? It looks like they are still in a play 4, but it is not a balanced play 4. We're gonna see.
Right,
if-
meaning that they're really spread out across the course, and one little shift can change it.
Yeah, you don't want to let anyone get any leverage, and you definitely want to make sure you're asking for help if you need it from your teammates. Both these pink boats are coming back. We'll see if the black boat has a piece of boat 6 coming from the far left. If they do, they're in a good position. But if 6 crosses, we may have an issue as we move to a different angle. Looks like we're pre-start with pink and green navy, which would be. Take a look at our rotations and see who's up here.
New direction and the door.
Oh, this is going to be a good. Oh, this was Stefano who was just here.
He
so
was just
let's-
talking to Stefano, and now he's out there on the water racing. I love
Racing
it.
against some SSA alums, Leo Boucher and Charlie Anderson, both on the teams. And Owen Hennessy used to coach here at SSA, coached our Opti Red, White, and Blue team over one summer. So this will be an interesting. Charlie Anderson was our ILCA coach this past summer. So this will be. I'm slightly rooting for the door here, to be honest. So see
They're
how
in
this
pink.
goes. They
So
are in pink.
you're rooting for pink then. New direction is in green. New direction has Stefano Pesquera as their team captain, sailing in the highest sail number. So that would be boat 13,
Yep.
sailing with Noel Owen.
12. Sorry, 12.
Oh, 12.
Yep.
Thank you. And then James Pine is in the lowest sail number, boat 10, with Annabelle Carrington, and Augie Dale in the middle number, boat 11, with Katie Lonsbury. James Pine is the one Stefano was talking about as he's their quote-unquote surprise. He has won the Opti Team Racing Worlds and has been the under-16 world champion in the ILCA 4.
Yeah, he's a really, really talented because goes without saying, really talented sailor. Our ILCA kids race against him a lot in the summer program, and he's a force to be reckoned with. He is a really, really good sailor, and he's sailing with some high quality sailors. Augie Dale won B division and nationals
In 2016.
and
And the team, the
Yep.
2018 team racing nationals with Stefano and Kate
yep.
that were on this team. So they're already a cohesive team in some ways.
They definitely know how to work together. That is for sure. I know. Fun fact: when Augie came back to ODU to sail that team race nationals, he is known for forgetting his penny and causing a penty.
You can't do that.
And he has been forever known as getting a penalty for forgetting his penny at college team race nationals. A fun little fact to throw out there for those of you guys that didn't know that. So, don't forget your pennies.
No, or else you'll get a penalty.
Hey. You tell it's been a long day for us, I guess. But this is a fun race.
Green has control of at least this left pair if they could be able to tack 8 in this chop as Stefano was filling us in. It's really hard to be able to cross in that situation. Woo!
Really close there.
Very
Oh,
close.
man.
8 tried to pinch up to get them.
It looks like their 10 will have to duck 7 here as well, or throw a Lee bow in. We'll see what they decide to do, whether they want to get right.
Oh,
7's gonna throw the
7
Lee
throw
bow
the Lee
in.
bow in.
Not sure on
But
the fan
no.
of that.
It's too choppy to really get your speed up. So
Yeah.
your lee bow has to be a lot further away or further in front of
Correct.
a boat behind you when you're tacking. You can't tack right next to them.
Speed is everything in Annapolis when it's light and choppy like this. If you get down speed at any point, FJs only go so fast. So once you're accelerated, you're all kind of going the same speed. But if you lose out on that speed moving forward, you're kind of out the back as you see 7 is slowly. Yep, there they go, tacking out there. And looks like the green team is going to have a pretty strong play 1 coming into mark 1 and 2 here. And pink is definitely chasing, but they are keeping it close. Like we said, it's shifty here, so don't count this pink team out the door. They are a very good team.
10 has a very thin lay here, but they'll probably be able to make it around. Nope.
They're going to have to tack, and 11 is going to let them in here. Got to have good communication with those moves there, because if you don't and they make contact, you can get flagged for fouling your own teammate.
Yes, the umpires are allowed to hop in on a situation and not wait for somebody to throw a flag if it's a team-on-team foul, or if somebody hits a mark, or if somebody starts mouthing off, and it's a Rule 69.
Yeah, definitely don't mouth off to the umpires. They will make you spin indefinitely.
Yep, and 42.
Yep.
They can jump in on kinetics.
Yeah, and 42 is a little different at this regatta than a lot of these sailors are used to, because they're not using the college rule for 42. They're actually
Interesting.
using the 42 in the world sailing. So a lot of these college sailors have been getting flagged and not understanding why. And as 12 and 8 are fighting over here, 12 trying to get onto starboard to cause a spin here. Let's see if that works out for him. It's already a little unbalanced here by the pink team.
What are the biggest differences in 42? In the
So in college sailing, you can come out slightly faster through your tacks and jibes. And I believe the way it's written in the world sailing rules is I think one of the umpires was using the term squirting,
Okay.
in terms of when you press the boat and you get a little bit of extra speed. That is not allowed in the world sailing rules for 42. So you just got to be really careful that you're not going into a tack down speed and coming out faster than you go into the tack with.
But they can still roll tack and roll jibe as long as the speed is the same as
Correct.
they went into.
Yeah,
it.
so they're looking at your entry speed and your exit speed. And if you're down speed on the entry and you come out up speed on the exit, you probably are going to get flagged at this regatta. So I know there's been a lot of questions around the 42 calls, but I think there's just a little confusion from the sailors on what the 42 is. So for those of you watching, if you do see a 42 flag get called, that is probably the reason why. Having good tacks will make you fast, but just don't go into them down speed. That is
All
the
right.
goal.
New Direction still has a 1-2.
It is definitely close, though.
It's very close. And as Stefano was describing earlier, this last leg is very shifty because they're even closer to SSA and land, so you sometimes don't see it coming until it's on top of you.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for New Direction to stay on top of their pairs here. And it's going to be really important for the door team 7 and 8 to make sure that they keep boat 10 and 11 away from their ley lines as the 1-2. Once you get a boat to ley line, you're pretty much on angle to finish. So 7 and 8 are going to try and unbalance this pair and keep them away from those ley lines. Maybe-
Augie Dale here in boat 11, heading to the left side of the course, will no doubt tack pretty much as soon as 8 does. Yep, there they go.
Yeah, Kate and Augie are probably having the conversation. When they tack, we tack. Just stay on top of them.
Oh, but the boat behind is attempting a tacking duel. 11 doesn't seem to be following for it, though.
I think it's really smart by Augie Dale over here. You don't need to get involved in the tacking duel in the 1-2. If you get baited into that, it's not ideal. So he's going for the loose coverage angle here as he comes up the beat. And for a second I thought that was the finish line. I was like, that was going to be a short little upwind, but that's that little yellow day marker that we got out there in Annapolis
Yeah.
Harbor.
Right. If the boat behind you is tacking and getting down speed, you can just tack get a little speed on, do another tack, and end up winning the duel.
They're doing a good job of just a nice loose control here, and the pink team is just doing all they can to try and unbalance this pair.
But boat 10 and one competitor there, they are far course right, which has been very favored so far this morning.
Yeah, when you get into that left phase, though, it gets pretty light in that bottom right. You can kind of see the boats sailing out to the start are a little slow. You can see
True.
over by Annapolis, right where everyone's rotating over there. They are.
Oh, there we are.
It is pretty. Yeah, it is. You can see the glass over there as they exit SSA. So if you get into that hole on the bottom right, it can definitely cause some problems. But looks like Augie's checking in on the right, just making sure he's got a piece of 7, which he does.
And there comes the finish line with the blue flag
Yep.
and the yellow finish pin.
And Augie's just going to go to ley line, and looks like New Direction is going to take this one with a play 4. So well done on the balance on that upwind by Augie and Stefano. Having a really good last beat, staying balanced, and not letting the door team take advantage of those shifty conditions.
Even if 7 got in there, it's still a win for green.
Yep, 1-3 anything does the trick, but it looks like they're gonna end with a 1-3-5 here. And Boat 8's got a little bit of a puff there at the end. So
Yeah.
that was pretty cool.
We really get a great view here, and I like that you could see SSA there in the last corner.
Yeah, that
'cause
was a nice
we're up
shot.
here on the top deck. We've got the Naval Academy behind us, the chapel, the water taxi's going by right there. I can see it. So we can hear all of the whistles and all of the starting guns and
Yeah, absolutely.
wave at the competitors as they change scenes.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's been fun to talk to them between races too.
Yeah.
They're a great group of people, respectful. Very excited to host them, and they've been super respectful of the club here. So
Oh, that's
we
good to
appreciate
hear.
it. Yeah, cleaning up after themselves and putting their gear where we tell them to. So it's been a great group. We're very very happy to have them here and happy to support them and take their advice on anything that they ask. So.
How long have you had this fleet and these sails?
So the sails are, we got them in the spring of 22, so they're about 2 years old. We try to only use them for racing, if possible. I know they are quantum sails, so everyone came and practiced with mainly the SSA boats, because everyone's pretty used to the North sails, which is what Navy has. These quantums are a little more leachy, which means the boom is going to be a little lower, the main's got a lot longer of a leach, and the jib does too. They are Yale's boat. We bought them from Yale. This fleet we bought in the spring. Navy was actually using them in the fall, and then they just, towed them on over to SSA and
nice.
dropped them off. It was a nice, easy delivery for us. And
We have a great relationship with the Naval Academy
We do.
sailing team, and the proximity is just wild, and I'm glad that it's so great. We have Royal Potomac Boat Club in blue and Fast and Curious again in red. And Royal Potomac Boat Club was very fast off the line.
Yeah, they are. They look like they are in a pretty solid play here. Are they in the blue boats here on this round?
Yes.
Yes. So actually, it looks like this orange team is actually almost in a play 2 here, as they bounce the 3 into that rightmost orange boat. It looks like the orange team may end up having a play 2 going into the first part of this beat. They're working hard in this light, choppy stuff. A lot of tacking going on. And yeah, the orange team is doing a fantastic job of making sure that they have control of their pairs. 17 will probably look to come back to stay in touch with this. The first part of this beat in team racing, you're always looking to just kind of keep your boat speed and stay with your pairs. You don't want to separate too much in these shifty conditions, as 17 comes back to just stay in touch. You don't want to get away when you may be in a winning combination, and I'm sure they're talking to each other, having the conversation on whether they are sailing fast or whether anyone needs any help. So as they're, oh wow, looks like that right side, kind of at that bottom right, like we were talking about in that last race, is really, really light. Looks like boat 18 is just struggling for boat speed right now at the bottom of the screen.
Royal Potomac Boat Club in blue, their team captain is Diego Escobar, sailing with his sister, Zamina Escobar. Diego he won the high school team race nationals, the Baker Trophy in 2018, and his sister is a snipe champion at the world level. She was the team captain of her Yale team. Diego went to Georgetown. Zamina also won the 2024 Yale women's team race, the Dellenbaugh women's team race, the Jen Harris and the NISA women's team race, which is now known as the Legler Trophy for Ken Legler, who passed away pretty recently.
Yeah, a little sad for the sailing community. He was an icon of the sport. He was an awesome commentator. I loved watching his videos when I was in high school and college, just hearing how he talks about team racing. And yeah, it's a big loss for the community, but yeah, he's lives on, and he's still got all those videos up. You can still hear the way he talks about team racing. So it's glad they were able to name a trophy after him as well.
It's fantastic.
I never got to get coached by him, but I definitely know his voice and
yes,
his style.
Even
so.
if you never even met him,
Yep.
you felt like he was a friend.
Absolutely.
The other skipper is Jeffrey Peterson, who is on the World Match Racing Tour. He's at Georgetown, graduating next year, and sailing with Margot Gordon. And then the third skipper is Enzo Mendito, sailing with Spencer Crichton. A lot of Georgetown going on here.
A lot of Georgetown, a lot of Yale.
Yeah.
At these races. Looks like we got a little. This downwind action looks like it'll get pretty condensed here at Mark III.
Enzo crewed for Jeffrey Peterson when they won the 2023 Gov Cup, which is the International Youth Match Racing Championship, and they got third at Youth Match Racing Worlds. Spencer, Enzo's crew, won the 2024 Prosser Trophy, the Mesa Open team race as crew.
Looks like they're doing the double team on boat 18 here.
Royal Potomac is blue again, reminding everyone.
Yeah,
Fast and Curious is red.
Fast and Curious in the 1-2 right now, but the Royal Potomac Boat Club team is doing a great job of doubling the 2 here to try and catch up and unbalance this going into Mark III. They could be in a play 2 once they get around this mark if they play their cards right. We'll see if 17 is able to help. 18 does have mark room here at Mark III, so if the Royal Potomac Boat Club wants to get this done, they'll have to do it between the marks here or on the final beat.
For Fast and Curious, the team captain is Campbell D'Escalou, All-American from Georgetown, sailing with Megan McRae, a 3-time All-American from Georgetown. Other skippers, Christoph Killian, College of Charleston, and Morgan Pinckney, Yale. Class of 2027, so that's freshman?
He's
sophomore?
going into his sophomore year.
Going to sophomore year.
I got the opportunity to coach against him at the Mallory in 2022, and he is a fast sailor.
He's won that trophy twice.
Yeah, he's a fantastic sailor.
And he won the Rose Cup in 2024, which is the Youth Match Racing Championship. And he just recently qualified for the Prince of Wales Bowl, which is the match racing championship for the USA.
There's a lot of talent coming into getting injected into college sailing right now. I know everyone knows the Callahan brothers. They've been mopping it up in Harvard, and you got a lot of really young talent coming into these programs, which is awesome to see for the sport of sailing. You want to see that constantly getting injected into the college sailing circuit, have really good skippers at multiple different schools, so you get this fun, hard racing at every level.
All right, so 18 sailed into that lower right corner we were worried about.
Yep.
And 3 has gotten ahead of them.
It looks like they may have gotten a huge lefty. Must have gone way left around these marks and totally inverted this race. And we're looking at probably play 1 for the blue team here. 1 has got to be careful not to let 16 get left of them, because if they do, this is going to be a really fun last beat here, everybody.
The rest of the race is to the left of our screen.
You'll see they look really headed coming down the course here, like they're almost sailing away from the finish line on starboard tack. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this comes into play as they come into the top in the finish. Dude, this is a battle, I think, for first.
This is a battle at boat speed as well. They're playing the chop. They're playing each other. I guess 18 did have luffing rights there over 3 and took it right on into attack.
Oh, yeah. This is going to get really exciting here at
Now
the end.
they're pinned under 3's bow with a lot of speed.
Yeah, they came out of their attack a lot better than Boat 3 did. Boat 3 kind of stalled out head to win there. And look at 2 and 17 coming back across.
And as you said, the boats on the left, the pair 17 and 2 passed everybody on the left.
Oh, wow, this is getting really close across the board.
It's hard to tell where the finish
meshed
line is.
up.
It's probably directly
it's-
north of your screen or up.
I think it's probably, yeah, you
There
can
it
see
is,
the
there
finish
it
boat
is.
right there. It looks like no one,
18 and 17.
17 is not on lay unless they get a little more lefty out of this.
Right. There's still some action to happen they're above boat lay on port.
This is going to cause maybe a lot of issues for the umpires as they all come in on port tack.
Yes,
Coming
16
into
is
this
trying
finish.
to hold 3 out and let 18 get across
But
them.
2's going to get a piece of 16, 18, and don't let him tack there. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting coming back here.
Well, they learned that race. Well, we learned that lesson. If they had tried to leave bow there any lower than that, they would have lost. So actually tacking in front of them may have been their only hope.
Yeah,
and they
you
do have
definitely-
luffing rights to keep them out from finishing unless there's overlap within the zone.
They're going to have overlap. They're definitely going to have to give them room to finish here.
But did 18 get to the zone? Yes. So 2 has to let them finish.
He definitely has to let him finish.
Can 2 get down around the finish line without
This is
hitting
going
the
to be
mark?
17 just rounded.
All right, 17 got first, so blue has a 2, 3.
2, 3.
If they get the 2, 3, 4.
Man, and 3 comes in with the play
Wow.
2. That was an awesome.
Oh, unless they fouled. Unless they fouled. 18 is not too happy about this. They
18
are,
was super down speed coming into that.
yes,
this-
they tried to go for a hook, and it ended up getting them so down speed that blue really snuck in there at the last second.
It could have been a wild tacking call. They may flag it. Oh, it looks like they are going to flag 2, huh? 2 has to come back across, do their spins, and refinish.
So how did that end up?
I think we're going to have a win by the red SSA team, 16, 17, 18.
Wow.
Wow, that was a wild finish, and I think we have Leo Boucher on deck here to do an interview. So I will step out again
All
and
right,
let
thank you,
him
Travis.
get interviewed. Yeah, and I'll double check the scores.
Hey, Leo.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thanks for joining us here on the mic. How's the racing been out there?
It's been awesome. Yeah, I mean, we've had all kinds of conditions: light, flat, windy, choppy, shifty, everything you can imagine.
And you've done a lot of racing in this area here. I mean, you've coached here at SSA for how long? You've been
Six years. I
Yeah.
grew up sailing opties here, lasers here, high school sailing.
Have you seen that as an advantage?
Not exactly.
Not
no.
exactly.
I guess I've sailed the SSA boats before, and
Right.
a lot of people haven't used those sails. But in the grand scheme of thing, it's an FJ, and we're team racing, so it's all about who can execute the plays.
Fantastic. So tell me about your team.
Yeah.
You're your team captain, right?
I am. Yeah, so we are a group of St. Mary's sailors. 2 of them are rising seniors, and myself, graduated at 23. Sam Muir, who's sailing with Owen Hennessy, is also class of 23. And then Madison Bichal graduated this year, sailing with Charlie, class of 24. And then Roxy Snyder sails at Charleston, and she graduated 23, and she was part of a women's team that competed at the nationals that were hosted out of here.
Really nice. How did your team come together? Just whoever was available, or did you
Shot off some text messages.
Yeah. Hey, who's in?
Who wants to do it? Done a lot of sailing with the 3 skippers, so it was kind of a no-brainer for me.
Nice.
And they all were excited to do it right before heading back to college, so it was awesome.
Oh, right. When does college start for everybody?
I have no idea exactly, but I
couple weeks.
think those guys are heading back down at the end of next week.
Very nice. All right, we're jumping in with the Super Spreaders and Cool Runnings. We have Super Spreaders in pink and Cool Runnings in green. And pink has the pin. There's the gun. 11 may have been over the line.
No flag though.
No flag, all clear.
Yeah, good start by boat 9.
Yes, pink has a bow out in every situation here and a little room to leeward. So that was probably a pink win. But, you know, the start is only one element to this. How important is the start out here, are you seeing?
Things can change a lot. Like, we've had a couple races where we've only had one boat off the line, and halfway up the beat, things turn around. So it's important. It makes your life easier, but it's not the end-all be-all. Like, we can always see that there's a bit of right pressure in 10 and 12, who didn't look so good 30 seconds ago, are crossing 8 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
So
what is, for handling these boats, when you do get down speed, what is the move to get them back moving again?
try not to get down speed in the first place.
Well,
No, I mean, there's you just have to bear off and get the boat to reaccelerate. It's a bit different than college sailing because you're not allowed to come out of tacks and jibes quicker than you went in. So typically you would just focus on that aspect of it. But since we don't have that, definitely going into it with enough power to come out in the way that you need is pretty valuable.
nice. So the Super Spreaders, their team captain is Jordan Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Graduated from UPenn in 2024. Brothers with Sam Bruce, another skipper. And their third skipper, Sam Gvala. And their crews are Shanti Choibos, Ella Mardson, and Josh Zeelander. A lot of UPenn, and then Sam is from MIT. All graduated in 2024. So 5 out of 6 of them sailed together at UPenn together for 3 years. And then on the Cool Runnings team, we have team captain Harrison Strom. Just graduated high school. This is an all high school team. They won the 2024 High School Baker Trophy just a couple months ago with basically this same entire team. And Harrison Strom, the team captain, has won the Nick Scandone Sportsmanship Award at the Rose Bowl. Nick Scandone being a very famous Paralympian who won gold in the Scud 18, I believe. And then his crew is Jonah Wozniak. The other 2 skippers, Anton Schmid and Wyatt Kelly, with their crews, Paige Tilson and Kristen Hawkins, who are still juniors. Or Jonah and Kristen are still seniors, and some juniors. Yeah, a lot of youth on that team.
A lot of talent. It's good.
Yeah, I wonder where they're headed to college. Probably somewhere with a great team racing team, I hope, because they already have the great accolade of winning that Baker Trophy. Around Mark 1, the green team is spinning here in boat 11.
Yep, so
Putting them back and so is 8. Everyone's spinning. No, just kidding. Just the 2 last boats, 7.
I got one more.
Right, so green has a 2-3-5 here and now has a good hook on 7.
Oh, mistake.
Sneaking their
Yep.
teammate on the inside. Oh, and there's a big collision there when 7 tries to get low of boat 12. Definitely spinning for that one and hopefully causing no damage. 12 is on starboard. They pulled a Superman move between Mark 2 and 1, but it doesn't go well for them. That puts them back in 6th place.
No, it's red looking at play 4. Looks good.
The pink 1 is all the way off your screen right now to the right, holding on to the 1, seeing what happens right behind them. It seems as though the breeze has picked up a little bit. Which will make these close encounters even closer. What do you do if you're boat 9 right now?
Yeah, you kind of need to keep the 1 just to leave options open for your team. You can always give it up. It's hard to get it back. So you leave it open, like you hold it for as long as you can, and that way your teammates can try to pass a boat in the back so you can stay play 4. And then at Mark 3, there's an opportunity to go from play 4 to 2, assuming that all the boats are doing doing their supposed roles.
And then boat 9, if they do get to the zone, they want to do it in that quadrant that they're in so that they can be pointed back at everybody
So
on starboard.
This looks really good for pink. Boat 8 just needs to make sure that they're clear. Yep.
But have they left the zone? Because if they have, then
It's all
10
good.
now has...
All good either way, because now pink is going to be play 2. And it looks
Oh,
like
10 does not have room there. Interesting.
I'll really open them
But
up.
11 did.
So now we're 1-2 with 2 aces.
Now 9 is trying to slow down so they can gap out 11 a little bit. Get 8 nice and clear ahead of them so they don't round the last mark overlapped. But they can't let 11 get to windward of them to get room.
Oof, this looks close. Good bear away.
And they do it. Nice job, boat 9. 7 thinks they had room in there.
think
There
so.
may have been contact.
I think they had
It's hard to
room.
tell from the drone. Wow. Pink really managed that third leg incredibly well. Super spreaders are in pink. Now all they have to do is manage this last leg, which is no small feat. We've been hearing reports that this last windward leg has a lot of shifts and a lot of puffs that you can't necessarily see because it's coming over land. We're very close to SSA on this right side of the course.
Yeah, as you do that last beat from Mark 4 to the finish line, it gets really sketchy.
When you guys are communicating amongst each other, amongst boat to boat on your own team, what kind of language are you using?
Some good, some not so good.
What do you mean not so good?
You know, it's all in the sake of like competition, so it's always productive.
Sure.
But it's hard to hear people with the wind and the sails and everything like that. So sometimes things can come off as aggressive, but it's just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Right. I'm not yelling, I'm just raising my voice.
Yeah.
But what kind of words are you using for
You know,
instruction?
we use slowing, pass back pinning, or like a speed pass back, like terminology like that, in order so that we're all on the same page, so we all do the same maneuver. Mark roundings, you know, everybody's assigned a role, so we're saying clear out, inside threat, traffic cop, stuff like that. So those are the comms that will be helping us move forward. But then there's also the comm of, are you okay? Like, do you need help on X boat? So
Nice. Almost to the finish line. All right, thank you,
Yeah,
Leo,
thank you.
so much for joining us.
Yeah,
He's
awesome.
got to head back out to the race course and get racing.
yep, thanks.
Super Spreaders take that win in a 1-2-3. Incredible to see even in this Swiss League rotation where you're basically racing against other teams that are more equal to your abilities. So well done to them. Wanted to do a shout out here to Zim Sailing, one of our local sponsors. They are North America's largest manufacturer and distributor of small sailboats. Over 1,400 boats move through their warehouse every year. They have the largest selection of training, recreational, and performance boats, and they are the company that yacht clubs, community sailing programs, high schools, colleges, and summer camps rely on. They proudly manufacture the Club 420, the FJ, the 420E, and they're nearing approval to be the only U.S.-built ILCA. Zim is also the world's largest distributors for RS sailing. In addition, Zim distributes the Fighter Optimist that has become the rising star on the Opti circuit. The Zim 420E and FJ are the boats of choice for high schools and colleges, with over 200 boats being sold into the market every year. Zim employs They employ over 40 skilled professionals who make up their manufacturing operations and sales team. Their 40,000 square foot facility houses the most extensive parts inventory for same-day shipping. And they're happy to sponsor this event and the Mission Barbecue that's happening tonight, because many of the sailors who love team racing in Zim, FJs, and 420s are right here. All right, going into our next race. 1, 2, 3 SSA boats, and we have Arthur Blodgett back on the call with us.
Happy to be back on the Love Report. Thanks for having me.
Who do we got here? We got Rock City Cruising Club again, and Doomsday. That was the start. Wow, interesting. Rare that you only see 1 or 2 boats actually start on time.
Yeah, boats 2 and 3 not making the pin had to circle out a little bit late. Play one opportunity for the red team. Actually, that was pretty cool to hear Leo's coaching tips, his analysis of that lured mark trap. I'm learning a lot.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Had a good little trip around the boat park as well. Nice to catch up with some sailors, and it's great energy at this event.
Yeah, what
So-
are you seeing down amongst the docks? How does this rotation, how much time between if our teams on land?
Yeah, with 24 teams, there's a lot of time on land, and a lot of these sailors are used to being coached pretty aggressively, pretty regularly, and so it's really, I think, nice for them to be here without coaches. Many of them are coaches, but just the peer-to-peer teaching, the debriefs within each team between each race were pretty cool.
That's so interesting. Right, you don't think about that. I coached college. I coached at Hobart and William Smith for a year, and every second that they're on the dock, we're talking about something. They're just constantly under the microscope, and here they can actually just learn from each other. Not just that. There's advantages to both, I'm sure.
Yeah, we have a saying that we want to be predictable to our teammates and a mystery to the opponents, and so a lot of it is just going over situations so that your teammates know what you are seeing and what you're expecting to do in that situation, and what they should expect to do.
We're seeing some bigger waves rolling through the course. What you're looking at is the Annapolis Harbor and the mouth of Spa Creek going up to downtown. Right to under where the camera is, behind to the north, there's a channel where a lot of big power boats are moving pretty quickly. So sometimes this average chop turns into big chop, and it's having an effect on things.
Yeah, we see that red boat winning its pair, reaching in over the port ley line. Normally in sailing, you don't want to really be over the ley line, but there is a little bit of an advantage to being port ley line plus, we call it. You can allow a teammate to round the mark inside of you. So red's coming in a 1-2-3, so likely we'll see 2 boats round and 1 boat gap.
And red is Rock City Cruising Club that we were watching before, and red is Doomsday, blue is Rock City. Oh, so red is Doomsday with the 1-2-3. Interesting.
Wow, yeah, they opt not to gap there, but I think we'll see some slowing on this reach leg.
On the Doomsday team, their team captain is Spencer Cartwright, a 2022 grad from Roger Williams. He was the team captain there for 3 years, and he's the current assistant coach at Brown. He's finished 4th at this event twice, and he's won the Wilson Trophy and lots of other things. He at Brown, where he coaches, they won the Fowley Trophy this year. What is the Fowley Trophy, Arthur?
The Fowl Trophy is the overall trophy for pretty much all the collegiate championships. So co-ed, women's, team racing. Interesting right there. It looked like 1 sailed above their proper course, but 16 does a penalty turn for breaking Rule 11 windward leeward.
Right, so they pull all the championship points together, and that university wins the Fowl Trophy for that year. He's sailing with Sonia Lingos-Utley, a Yale grad from 2022. The other two skippers, Colin Merrick and Mackenzie Bryan, sailing with Claire Buckley and Michaela O'Donnell.
Yeah, Colin's a legend. He's the team race OG.
Is he now? Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely
He's the most winningest of this event. He's won it 6 times. The most recent being in 2021. And with some of the other skippers that are here on other teams. He's also a 2-time winner of the ISAF World Racing Championship in 07 and 09. Going back a little farther, he was a 3-time All-American skipper at Hobart and William Smith Colleges and did a Tornado Olympic campaign. And was a finalist nominee for the Rolex Yachtsman of the Year in 2007. Now he's coaching at Roger Williams with some of his teammates. For some of his teammates, including his crew, Claire Buckley.
Yeah, fortunately for us, Colin's the oldest person here, and his old Silver Panda team was absolutely legendary. They used to dominate the Vanguard 15 circuit.
And they're dominating here pretty well with a 1-2 around Mark 4.
Yeah, against a pretty solid team with Gail Sean Harvey. Looks like we've had a little bit of a left shift here, and so the play 1 is not balanced anymore. So boat 17 tacking so as not to cross while they're still behind boat 1, and their teammate in 18 you see reaching down, trying to dunk on boat 1 and get in a position to slow them so that their teammate in 17 can eventually cross. So we have an issue with the integrity of the play 1 here. Boat 1 on the blue team has found the seam.
Room to tack was called there for boat 1, and 18 said, all right, I will tack 2. And we reset again a little bit farther to the left. The other pair coming into the screen now as well.
Blue team with a good opportunity to go play 2 here.
Right, if boat 2 is doing a great job pinching up to the situation to make it sort of a double pass back, 2 pass backs happening at the same time.
Yep, and red team going play 4 now, trying to gap that last blue boat and put them in 6 and win with a 1-4-5. So new play call coming here, and it's a play 4 versus a play 2.
You'll see the finish line is at the top of the screen, and we are just below starboard ley line to the pin, so there's still some action needing to happen on port. One's going out there for it. They think they've got it sorted over there.
Yep, trusting their teammate to cross. And,
boat 2 just tacked right into boat 18, and they know it. They're already spinning, crossing their fingers that their teammates have this, but boat 16 found some gas, and so did 18 on the left side.
Wow, yeah, that one just came down to the last shift.
Wow, and it is a very pin-end favored finish, which helps the red team cross in first. That's Doomsday taking the win.
Pretty intense last beat there with a couple different lead changes, couple different play call changes. That was a good race.
Wow. And yeah, we've seen the finish, the favoredness of it come into play a lot. You got to keep your eyes on that. It's so easy to get so wrapped up in the small picture, right? How do you mentally keep track of when you got to switch from big picture to little picture?
Yeah, I think that the crew plays a really important role, that crews that can kind of look across the course and call the ladder rungs and let you know, and also look up the course for wind on the water. It's pretty critical.
Yeah, you can see how you can lose things if you just get too focused on the boat right next to you.
Yep.
Incredible. Well, there's probably somebody else about to start, and we'll check that out when we rejoin the action. in sequence, presumably for green and pink.
These are pretty much optimal team racing conditions. I mean, you want kind of this medium wind. We saw the shifts on that last race play a big role in changing the combos, making them unstable, changing the leads. And then also having these waves. It's a big challenge. You see some boats tack and just stuff it into a wave, lose all their speed, lose their pair.
Yeah. So that was the 1 minute gun we just heard. We're hearing guns, but we don't see anyone near the line, so I might be hearing horns from some other race course.
Yeah, this looks like navy pink and navy green. So I believe that this race is the
It's
doors versus the
orange.
newspapers again.
It's actually orange? Blue and orange? Nope, that's definitely green. Green and pink. This would appear to be the door in pink and the newspapers in green. There it is. Green with 2 boats on the line with bows out. 9, though, has a good clear lane. And 8 has control over the right, tacking out for the incoming call on 12.
I think we've seen these teams race before, but
Yes.
that's the beauty of the Swiss League. If you're evenly matched, you might race again. Drag race out to that left side right now. Everyone working the waves.
All right, again on the newspapers, our team captain is Robbie Meek, a Harvard grad, 2027, sailing with Alice Schmid. The other 2 skippers, Tommy Sitzman, sailing with his younger sister Annie, who just won bronze in Lake Garda for the U.S. youth team in 29ers, and Reed Decker, sailing with Sofia Molvania. It is hard to do a lee bow in these situations. Boats keep tacking onto port to try and gain an advantage, but it hasn't been working.
Yeah, and even worse, tacking onto starboard. The waves you can see on this aerial view are really coming from the left side of the course, rolling up the Severn, and stuff attack onto starboard into a wave, and easy to lose a lot of speed.
Yes, you're sort of riding the big chop on port and nose head on starboard. This is a close race. Not sure where the other pair is, but green has a 1-4 unless this other pair is about to fly into the picture from the left. Again,
They
the
almost
door
look
is
like
in
they're
pink.
out far right, and sometimes you wind up sailing to the wrong mark that you think Mark 2 is Mark 1.
The other pair must be way off the charts because Pink. Oh, there they are.
There they are, top left.
So the newspapers in green, boat 11 there, has the 1, but his teammates are in the 5-6. So this is another case of what do they do on the downwind? Probably just sail fast.
Port starboard cross pending here. We'll see.
Oh,
Looks like
there let him go.
a foul by 9, the port boat.
But 9 doesn't think they did, so unless it was flagged, they're going to sail on. The third teammate on the newspapers, the green boat, is not in the picture. Not sure what happened to them, but right now this is a pretty big advantage for the door to have a 2-3-4 with the 6th not in sight.
We said earlier that there's kind of a universal playbook across the college teams, but one area where they differ a lot is with the downwind zone and how willing they are to send the more vulnerable boat to the course left side, give up the starboard advantage. But that's exactly what they did there with boat 9, and they're keeping clear air too.
Awesome.
But
All
looks
right,
like we got a special guest joining us.
we got another special guest. Come on in here.
I might stay to help ask the hard-hitting interview questions.
Yeah.
Got Justin Callahan joining us in studio.
All right, our reigning champion from
Hello.
last year, right?
Reigning champion, I guess, but focused on this event here.
Yeah, tell us how it's going this weekend.
Yesterday was a good day for us. Lots of us haven't sailed. Well, I've sailed a lot, but a lot of us haven't sailed since college nationals. But I mean, I guess that's more than most people. So we're feeling good in our boat handling. We dropped 2 races in a row a little bit ago, but we.
You're still at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we had
pretty safely.
Yes, so we had a little reset, and we're happy, and comms are good, vibes are good. What's better than this?
Yeah. How much time do you guys get to talk on land, and what do you talk about?
We usually take that time. As you can see, I'm out of breath. I self-diagnosed myself with asthma on the water because of the humidity.
Whew.
So, well, we take that time, get a little reset, get a little water, get a little food. Honestly, if there's anything we need to debrief, we try to keep it, a few sentences right after the race. Move on right away, regardless win or loss. We call next race right from there.
Fantastic. And so how is this compared to other Hinmans? I mean, how many have you done, and how's Annapolis?
This is our 4th Hinman, I think. We started our team in our, I guess I say our, my twin brother and I, Mitchell's junior year of high school. Competition's always great. We always love coming and having some good battles with everyone that's come through college sailing and still in college sailing. It's really, really fun to just have the camaraderie between everyone. Annapolis has been great so far. We've had some perfect conditions, 7 knots almost every single race. A little bit of chop, but that's what makes it fun. Carrying a lot of jugs in our boat right now, but I guess more wetted surface could be better, whatever way you want to think about it.
Oh, so you're one of the light teams?
Oh, we're one of the light teams, yeah. We had a few hospital visits on our team over the last few weeks, so we've lost quite a bit of weight. So now we're jugging up.
Wow. Well, I hope you're staying healthy.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. All good now, but we're carrying some jugs and we're happy with it.
Well, I guess it's obvious how your brother came into the mix. How did the rest of the team come together?
It's kind of great, just the camaraderie between everyone. We've known almost everyone here since, we were sailing Optis, started, 15 years ago now. Arthur was my coach. He taught me how to team race in Optis.
No
So
way!
everything you're seeing, my brother,
That guy.
everything you're seeing, my brother, Mitchell, Sarah on our team do. that's all from Arthur. So I credit him with everything that we've done in team racing. But we just put, we always have a mantra with whenever doing some team racing or match racing, you just put your 6 best friends or your 4 best friends together and you go out sailing and you just have a good time, Whatever results come, but this is too special
That's the
to
point
ever
of it.
pass up.
I love that. Do you have any questions for him, Arthur?
Yeah, well, I mean, I learned a lot from you guys as well, and I think that you've taken it to the next level since then. So it's been really cool to see. Yeah, man. No, had a great time earlier this summer sailing against you with Snipe Nationals, and you won that regatta, and you dedicated it to one of your best friends that unfortunately we lost earlier this year, Liam O'Keefe, and I see he's on your hat right now. And, just as a coach who saw Liam always competing against my sailors and competing really well over the years, he was just one of the most sportsmanlike, just always smiling, playing the game the right way, like one of the sailors that you maybe fear a little bit from a competitive standpoint, but just overwhelmingly like really respect.
Yeah.
And again, you dedicated the Snipe Nationals win and that whole regatta to your friend.
Yep.
Is there like a story of Liam that you want to share with us?
Yeah, so of course, right here we have LOK, Liam's initials. So it's hard for me to talk about it without crying my eyes out, but I'll go for it. We started our team race team with Liam as our third skipper. It had to have been in 2019 when we were doing CJ Buckley and 420s, and we've always been on the same team or competing against each other since we were 10 years old. And there's a strong connection between Mitchell, me, and Liam that it's never going to be broken. So every time we go out on the water today, and every single time we go out and sail right now, we say it's for 7 people, not for 6. And everything that we do is from this point on is for him, because he would have been absolutely loving this, and I know he's smiling. Everyone here knows Liam's grin, and we know he's smiling with us right now. He's just stoked that we're all having a good time, and that makes me happier than anything. That he's happy watching us, and we're happy doing what he loves. So that's exactly the mentality that we want to bring for everyone at this regatta, is that we don't care how the results go. I mean, we do, but not as much as just having fun with everyone. And that's kind of we've team raced with each other since we were, and against each other. I like team racing with him way more than against him, but since I don't know, 6 years now almost, or 5-6 years, so it's great.
Well, team racing with people that you can't necessarily communicate with all the time, you have to be bonded in a way. You have to have a nonverbal connection with your team on how you all work, and it seems like that's one of your strengths.
Yeah, team racing with your twin brother and your best friends is something that is really special. So lots of times, Mitchell and I say, we joke, we go nonverbal. We just don't need to speak, and we love sailing together. We sailed all of our high school together, and we just absolutely love everything that we do together. And so, and that goes for our whole team. We've all been sailing with each other on the same team since I don't know, Opties. So it's just really special to do that, and we've been really enjoying everything in Annapolis so far.
Great. Well, give us a tip or a bit of advice to anyone who's learning team racing out there.
Tip that you're never going to solve anything with arguments, and you're going to solve it by working together. And if you realize that there's an argument that is past return of anything constructive, you have to just drop it and move on and stop team racing and probably just go fast. Arthur taught us that too when Mitchell and I were arguing when we were super young. So
Yep.
Well, we would say be predictable to your teammates and a mystery to your opponents.
Right, exactly.
And I saw you guys between the races just kind of talking through a few situations, and you were saying, no, it was my fault, and then Lachlan was saying, no, it's my bad, and then he did some push-ups, and you guys got out there. It looks like
yeah, and then he flipped the next race. So then he goes, I need to wake up, and then he flipped in our last race against jet lag. So that was a stressful one. So that woke all of us up.
Great. He's probably awake now.
When after a little swim, that'll do it. The
Yeah,
water's...
shout out to Libby Redmond for just bailing the entire boat the whole race and holding a jib and roll tacking.
We were just talking about how much the crews do.
Yes, our crews are the 3 best crews out here, and we attribute every success to them because we wouldn't be here without them. So that's what we're going with.
Fantastic.
in Opties, I named Mitchell the team captain. So do you want to, how did you snake that title away from him for this team race team?
Oh, there's no team captains on our team. There's just all teammates, and that's it. And we learn from each other, and we keep moving.
You're just the one that applied and did all the paperwork, maybe.
I'm the guy that puts his credit card down for the damage
there we
deposit,
go.
and then I hope that no one takes away my credit card and have to re-up my 500.
We've seen a few collisions out there, but these are pretty tough boats that can take a pounding.
Yeah.
We have a new team here we haven't met yet, Prestige Worldwide.
Prestige Worldwide.
Prestige Worldwide.
Lachlan's brother's on that team.
Yeah, we got team captain Cameron Giblin in the highest number, sailing with crew Andrea Rafcool Gonzalez, who is an SSA member, or a connection.
Tulane grad.
Yeah, 2024. The other skipper, Jack DeNatale, in the middle number. So we got 10, 11, and 12, so that would make him boat 11. And Matthew Logue in the low number, sailing with Michaela O'Brien. And Jack is sailing with Declan McGranahan. We've got Boston, Georgetown, and Tulane all represented here in this one team.
Looks like a pretty solid 1, 2, 3. I think that's a winning combination.
Yeah, for green, and that's Prestige Worldwide that we were just talking about.
There we go.
Justin, you've been sailing a lot of different boats this summer.
Yeah.
Some would say you really, really like sailing. What, other than the snipe and team racing, what's been your favorite boat to sail?
I don't have a favorite boat, I'd say. I think sailing all boats make you a better sailor. Getting into a little bit of foiling stuff now, and I've been sailing a bit of M32s this summer, as well as I just came from an IC37 regatta in Newport, so just really enjoying the ability and to be able to be on so many different boats, and I think that makes you a better sailor. It's just putting yourself in different situations, keel boats, fast boats, dinghies, you name it. I think your different experiences that you can take away from it really teach you a lot. And so, yeah, I also do a bit of match racing too. We're going to Saudi Arabia in November.
Wow.
For the Youth Match Race Worlds, and so we'll see how that goes. A lot of our, hopefully, teammates haven't really figured that out yet with the weight, but are here and raced with a lot of them before, and we're really excited to go do that as well. So
that's a big lesson to everyone watching too, to diversify, say yes to things, get on lots of different kinds of boats, a lot of kind of different disciplines, whether it's team, fleet, or match racing, and then you can bring all of the aspects of all those things into each one.
Exactly. So we've been really enjoying our time being able to do so many different stuff, and I think that's something that a lot of us have been able to enjoy on our team. So I try to get Mitchell to sail with me more, but he's trying to do some internships and all that now, and so I miss him though.
Trying to be a grown-up?
Trying to be a grown-up.
Heaven forbid. Don't ever do it. Don't ever grow up.
I don't want to grow up yet.
Awesome.
So,
anything else you want to add?
I think I'm all good, but
all
it was
right.
great to talk to you guys. I'm going to go find my boat and drink some more water and
take
care of my self-diagnosed asthma right now.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for coming by.
Here, I'm going to move this chair and use this now so you don't have to sit that way. All right, thank you guys.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Our reigning Hinman champion returning back to his team to make sure they're all rested up for their next rotation. And Prestige Worldwide still has at least a 1-2, maybe a 1-2-3.
Yep, just putting it home.
The finish line is a lot smaller than it was this morning.
Yeah, that's a good observation. That's one of the many ways you can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Hitting a finishing mark or
right.
Getting trapped out.
Caught on the wrong side of it.
Yep.
All right, good job, Prestige Worldwide, with the 1-2-4. Rock on. All right. Getting ready for the party tonight?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I heard a lot of the sponsor supplies were depleted last night.
Yes. We're going to need some more Gosling's rum. They
Yeah.
are the official rum and ginger beer of U.S. Sailing, and they've been making Dark and Stormies here. We even got the recipe for the Dark and Stormies. You want to hear it? All right. It's ice. It's 6 ounces of Gosling's ginger beer and 2 ounces of their floater. They're using the Gosling's Black Seal rum here. Don't forget about the lime for the garnish. This drink has its origins in the Ginger Beer Factory, run as a subsidiary of the Royal Navy Officers Club in Bermuda in the 1920s. So a long history here, and the Dark and Stormy is definitely a favorite among sailors, not only because of its weather meteorological connection, but it's just so good. So looking forward to that tonight.
Well, ginger beer helps cure seasickness, so mix that with a little rum and good to go.
That's true. All right, we have 30 seconds left for somebody. I just heard 3 signals in a row. It's going to be SSA Black versus SSA Pink. Who is that? Super Spreaders and AC Rats. Pink is Super Spreaders. AC Rats are in black. And 6 is finding themselves a little OCS on port.
Little bit of a compromising position there, trying
Yes.
to duck back below the line on port tack. Looks like they're taking a penalty turn in addition to clearing.
Yes, black starting all to the left, but it appeared to be a boat end favored start, perhaps. They're a little bit more lifted on starboard right now than port. So black is going to be trying to get back to the right of everybody.
Surprised that 14 tacked there to sail up the middle. I mean, you have a lot of time to kind of boat speed them out to the left corner, and good pressure on the left corner coming from this direction.
Yes, 13 is really capitalizing on it.
When I sail here, I usually just bang the left.
$14 may have been going to just check in with the 2 pink boats that had to tack out and sail on port off the line, knowing that his 2 teammates, 13 and 15, were so strong.
It's a good point. They probably team racing. Want to bet on whether 13 can cross 4 before the ley line?
Ooh, I'm gonna say 13 has it, or 4 doesn't have it.
Yeah, 4 might be okay. They're shearing here. I was going to take 13, but been wrong before.
Now they're getting in a bit of a lefty. That will help them. Oh, we may never know, because 15 tacks away.
Yeah, there's always that left corner pressure, even when you are in a right shift.
14's probably going to flag that starboard port with 5 tacking right into them. And now 4 has the 1. Super Spreaders in pink, again, AC Rats in black.
AC Rats with a play 2, though. 2, 3, 4.
Whoa, 6 throws in attack there. Was it enough time for 15 to avoid them?
It's definitely going to be a protest from 15. "15 kept clear, though, so it's kind of a their foul or no foul
Right.
situation where you're protesting without contact, and
We've seen
looks
the
like
race.
a green flag on the umpire
Yep,
boat.
green flag, and there it goes back down. That green and white checkered flag is so that they don't just have a solid green and a solid red. For anyone who's colorblind, they add that little checker aspect to the green flag. We've seen Mark II, a team round in 156, many, many times today. That's probably our most common combination going around Mark II.
Yeah, that shows the high level here, that there's so many play twos. It's pretty cool. It's the teamiest team race play. It's the most elegant.
The teamiest. I like that. Oh, the straight overhead angle. I love it. You can see all the action happening inside the boats, and we have another collision.
Yeah, 14's going to spin for that.
Yeah, that was a windward leeward where Ford just maintained their course and the windward boat sailed into them.
It was worth a try to cross. I mean, they're still in third place after the spin. So just an example of sailing clean. Now they're going to try to remake the play two combination. It's like 5 past 15.
They did. And 15's going to have to take the outside. Pink has a 1-2 now. Black went from a 1-5-6 to a, well, now they came from behind there, boat 13. So I don't see how they have luffing rights, but maybe
I think
they
5 might have jived into that
jived
overlap. That's
simultaneously.
a nice little,
Yeah.
nice little hook around Mark III.
Nice.
You can do that for sure. Remember when we were team racing in slow motion in
Yes.
sonars? That was a move.
That happened a lot. Got a lot of practice on Mark III there. All right, the AC Rats now presumably with a 2-3-4. Pretty strong combination to have all three of your teammates in succession. But 6 is going to want to try to leg out and come back at the situation on starboard, unless they get pinned out by 14 now.
Yeah, everyone's trying to sail fast here, but the black team is the high numbers is trying to keep everything balanced. That's just a mooring buoy they're passing. That's not a mark of the course.
Right, and right about now is when all the crews are looking upwind, reminding skippers about overall conditions, which end of the finish line might be favored, any puffs, shifts, or waves that are coming. Four thinks they have to do a little pass back and a little slowing on 15 to help 6 get back in the picture. But they're going to slow their triplet down while the other triplet goes fast.
Yeah, whether you're 1-4-5 or 1-5-6, the one's got to kind of pick where they want to make an impact. And kind of our hierarchy for decision making there is which pass back is further up the course, is more advantaged. So in trying to predict that, like what's the long tack? Where's the wind coming from? Where's the next puff? Where's the finish line? The one is a little bit like a hawk soaring over a battlefield that has to like strike in the right place. They're gonna maintain their position above the fray until they see an opportunity.
14 is completely stopped. And as we were talking to Leo, how do you get these boats up to speed? He recommended don't get down speed to begin with. The finish line is over to our left. You pretty much have to just put the bow down and try to go. Wow, that finish line is getting even smaller. Maybe black has the 1-4-6, which won't be a win. Pink will win this with a, well, it's not over yet. Oh boy, a little bit of a foul there. Well, if 6 did foul 14, then black would, or sorry, blue would have a 1-4-5 there. Red flag, 6 is spinning, so black takes the race.
Did black or pink finish first? I gotta see the instant replay on that.
It wasn't quite in frame, but the first black boat was luffing. Yeah, let's watch the replay. Never mind, it's not working. We'll have to check the results on that one. Ian Berman is running the scores inside, and he can hear me right now because there's a TV playing in there. Hi, Ian. So when he updates the scores on that, we will let you know.
Yeah, good race. I mean, it seemed like black was in control, and again, the one doing a really nice job on the pink team to make a race out of it.
Very good, yeah. Again, not over till it's over. I mean, there's a little bit of a broken record on that, but it's just so true.
Yeah.
And the other good thing is, if you lose one, even by a nose, you're going to be right back out there racing pretty quickly right again. So you get another chance at it. But it's going to be a different team, but you're right back in the mix. Can't even dwell on it.
Yeah, well, losing is winning in the Swiss League because then you race easier teams. So you just gotta, peak later.
Right.
Lose earlier and just let the socialism take over.
Oh, that's how the Swiss League works?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's too much for it's kind of weird to depend on a computer to know who's winning and losing, but it's got it all under control. We're going to take a quick break here, so, go ahead and do your thing, but come back. Don't go anywhere.
We're having some fun now, man.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
which is green. All right, we have Los Huevos with 11 wins. Right behind them, Rock City Cruising Club is really catching up. They have 10 wins. Doomsday has 9, and then there's a lot of boats with 8 wins. Hot Soup, Savin Hill Yacht Club, Jet Lag, New Direction, Sea Senor, and the newspapers. So the tightness of the top is getting even closer. All right, we're going to drop in on the racing. One race has already started, but we'll see who we're going to cover.
These teams are all fighting for position, but the conclusion of this regatta will likely feature a top 8 knockout round.
And so, you know, in that last race, we were filming AC Rats versus Super Spreaders. AC Rats did get the 1, so they ended up winning that race 1-4-5.
Yeah, big win for the AC Rats team, puts them at 6 wins in 15th, but only 2 wins out of 4th.
We're also hearing that the wind is building a little bit out on the race course. It puffs up to about 12 knots. We're starting to see both skipper and crews hiking out sometimes in the puffs. How does that start changing team racing?
Well, everything's just happening a little faster. You got to react a little bit faster. And your wind shadows don't do quite as much damage downwind. So we might not see quite as many come from behind winds on the downwind legs. But still great action. And I think the crews like hiking a little better than being slithered and crouched into
inside,
the boat. Yeah.
Right. And we're rejoining a start down here. This is SSA Red versus SSA Blue, New Direction, and Los Huevos. Oh, this will be exciting. These are the top team, and New Direction. We just met Stefano Pesquera on that team.
And Justin Callahan on Los Huevos.
Yes, big shout out to Lisa Pline. She's our regatta chair, and she has been bringing us some incredible people to talk to. Thank you, Lisa. Keep it up.
Los Huevos in blue and New Direction in red.
And off the starting line, it's already a scrum. Boats restarting. It must have been a big pin-favored start.
It was a pinwheel.
Aha. All right, Los Huevos. We have our captain, Justin Callahan, who we just met. He is heading into his junior year at Harvard. He was College Skipper of the Year finalist this past season. And as we mentioned, he sailed with his twin brother, Mitchell, and won the Snipe Junior World Championship. They also won the North American Championship for the 420s in 2020, and he's a 2-time Opti World Team Racing Champion. His crew is Marbella Marlowe, who graduated from Harvard in 2024. She won the Mitchell M. Brindley Crew of the Year this most recent year, so she's the second recipient of it, for winning the College Team Race Nationals and the College Open Dinghy Nationals. And she's just as decorated as a skipper, doing both her whole college, her sailing career. The other skippers, Mitchell Callahan and Lachlan McGranahan, with their crews Sarah Schumann and Libby Redmond.
Yeah, Sarah Schumann's a Opti Team Race National Champion as well. We won it in 2018 with a team of 3 girl skippers.
Fantastic.
Looks like the eggs had a play too, but then a red flag on boat 2, and so now they're into trying to split the banana. Going to cross 16 here, and then 1 and 3 are going to pair off on 16 and 18. Try to bring their teammate up from deep. Good anticipation by 3 right there that 16 was going to attack in their dirty air.
Yes. And again, New Direction is in red. Los Huevos, which is Spanish for eggs, in blue.
Nice to see, like, not too many windward mark traps at this level. We have a saying, the windward mark trap is the friend of the team that's losing, and it can slow the race down, but also very hard to hold. You sit there luffing on starboard, and then you tack to port, and all of a sudden you have no rights. So, the really good team race teams we're seeing are confident in their reach leg passbacks on getting it done on the off-wind legs, and so they don't really need to throw the knife, so to speak, at Mark 1.
And that's a big difference between a starboard rounding and a port rounding as your first windward mark. If you're doing a port box, like some other adult team races and keel boats, you can do a mark trap there a little bit easier, but that starboard rounding really just throws the wrench in the situation.
Really nice job by Los Huevos slowing down those two red boats with balance. And looks like Mitchell trying to go around the outside. Protest right there.
He's spinning. He threw his arm in the air that indicates, I got it, I'll do it, my fault, my bad.
Don't give me a red flag.
Sometimes they wait just to see which flag the umpire's hand is going to go. Oh, we got a red flag anyway. Maybe that was on a different call, but that umpire did make her. Oh, they're making one spin. They thought that foul was actually one's fault. Oh, and there's a collision stern to stern between 18 and 3.
Yeah, not sure why one got flagged there. I mean, it seemed like the other boat had taken the penalty.
Boat 17 is very far advanced because of all the playtime that's been happening behind them, and they wait in that correct quadrant for the action to come down to them, waiting on the prow on starboard. Here they go. They're gonna just go ahead and round. Interesting. Their team is in trouble.
Yeah, Los Huevos again converting the play too. Really nice job, and a little bit of a gap here for the winning combination.
Los Huevos again in blue. New direction in
two
red.
more jibes from boat 3 here. They have control of the zone.
16 cannot go in there, and they don't. But they
Protest
do
right
throw
there.
a flag. They may have had to do some avoiding action. Red flag for somebody. It's 16.
Yeah, it's got to be on 16 right there.
Yep. But red still does have the 1. They have it all on now with 3 competitors in a row right behind them.
Nice little weave here by Los Huevos, the blue team. Sending the 2 left to push the race forwards. Having the 3 do the covering in the middle and give your furthest boat back the starboard advantage.
Right, unfortunately for this red team, the 5 and the 6 are pretty far back.
Yeah, so that essentially makes it a 3-on-1, just trying to keep the 5 behind the 2, 3, 4.
On the new direction team, we have Stefano Peschiera as our team captain, sailing with Noel Owen. The other 2 skippers, James Pine in the low number, sailing with Annabelle Carrington, and Augie Dale in the middle number, sailing with Katie Lounsbury. Augie Dale is the Stanford assistant coach, and he was their coach when they won the Fowl Trophy in 2023, a 2-time All-American himself from the College of Charleston. And he won the 2019 Gill Co-Ed Fleet Race National Championship and won B Division in 2016.
Yeah, we got a clash of generations here. James Pine is still in high school, but he's a really good sailor, finished 2nd at Opti Worlds and Opti Team Race World Champion as well. Looks like we've hopped back to another race, so hopefully Los Huevos were able to hold on to that play too. And yeah, got some action here.
Hot Soup is in black with a 2-3-6 versus Rock City Cruising Club, who is only 1 win behind Los Huevos. Los Huevos are probably about to get another win, though.
seemed pretty solid. Here we've got a 236, so again, the high number boats here trying to do what Los Huevos did. That's a nice double jibe in the zone at Mark 4 and nice mark trap.
Hot Soup has Captain Bradley Adam, the current assistant coach at St. Mary's, who graduated there also from 2018, sailing with Shelby Jacobs. And then he has a bunch of USNA alums and a coach with him, J.C. Hermes and Kimmy Leonard, who sailed a lot together during their college careers, J.C. being College Sailor of the Year in 2021, and Dylan Paiva, the current associate head coach for the Naval Academy. He's been coaching there for 9 years and loves hopping in with his students to practice and spar against them, and here he joined some of them. Lydia McPherson Schomburger of St. Mary's crewing for him today.
Yeah, not a bad gig. You get to coach for the government and sail all day.
Sounds good to me.
Shout out Dylan.
Good job, Dylan. Go, Dylan.
So that's Dylan, Brad, and JC in the black boats, I believe, controlling the race with a 2-3-4.
Yes, the black boats are Hot Soup. I was fortunate enough to be the media team covering those national championships for college team racing and fleet racing when they were here in Annapolis. And having the home team of the Naval Academy win that year was just such a fun thing to watch. They all got on top of one of the big coach boats that has a roof on it and jumped off together in celebration.
Okay, desperation time for Pink here.
Woo!
The one's giving up the one and trying to make it happen.
Oh, but he ends up messing with his own teammate in boat 6 there.
Yeah, that's
while black sails fast.
It's asking for a little bit of charity from the umpires there.
Are they going for a flag? It's a green. And the green actually fell off of his flagpole there. All right, Hot Soup will take that one. Well done to them.
Nice job, Bradley. Nice job, Dylan.
All right, we have
Shout
another
out.
guest joining us. Thank you, Lisa Pline, for bringing us Mateo Vargas. Have a seat here.
All right.
Great, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Tell us about yourself.
Stanford alum on a team with a bunch of Stanford alums.
Yeah?
Yeah, jet lag, team jet lag.
How'd that name come about?
We would fly to the East Coast almost every weekend, in some capacity for intersectionals and stuff like that on the East Coast, and so we were always jet lagged, and it was a pretty natural progression to call ourselves that.
Very nice. How'd your team come together?
We are 3 skippers who were all 2014, class of 2014 at Stanford. Okay. And we have sailed together through college and up to now without many changes. They've had a few crews come in and leave here and there, but generally Stanford alums and with 3 skippers from 2014.
Very nice. What about team racing speaks to you? What's your favorite part?
The action, the friends. I think the number of friends that have come out of these battles, and sometimes you're pissed off at the people or whatever, but come back and hang out, and I think that camaraderie is really cool and a little bit different than the fleet racing style of things, and the strategy, the action, the friends.
For a team that has been together for so long, what's a key to success for staying together that long? I mean, you have probably go through a lot of ups and downs, a lot of different teams, locations over the years. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we've been fortunate that from a location standpoint, most of us have remained in California, and a few of us live in San Diego now. A few of us are still in the Bay, but we're still able to get together and get on the water every once in a while. I mean, with fewer and fewer times, at this point in our lives with work and everything like that. But yeah, still getting together, and it's been good.
Great.
Yeah.
Have you been to the Hinman before?
Once or twice.
Once or twice?
No, this is we did our first Hinman in 2010.
All right.
So we've only missed a few since then.
So you might have arguably the most experience out of everyone here at this particular event.
No, Colin Merrick.
Oh, he's probably been here more. He's
Colin's,
won it more times.
Colin's.
He's won it maybe as many times as you've come, but
Yeah, Colin's the god there. Yeah, and I think like obviously the Wishbone guys have certainly sailed and won a number of them as well back in the day. So yeah.
Great. We've been seeing a little bit of different team philosophies out there, whether people match race pre-start or have different plays they do downwind. What's something that your team? What's your style?
What's our style? Our style is trying to keep the wheels on the bus. Yeah, no, I think we're fairly relaxed and do a similar kind of disciplined lead in and yeah, try to keep it somewhat orderly.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we're jumping in here with New Direction and C Senor. I can tell you which team is on which in just a second. All right, we have C Senor in pink.
New Direction in green.
Navy pink. I'm seeing navy green is One United on my sheet here. Let's talk about C Senor. We haven't met them yet.
There we go. Some action up there.
What's
Looks
happening
like
on this?
one is the 7 there, boat 7 trying to compress this race a little bit. Looks like boat 9 really needs to make a pass back happen here. They're pushing into it, probably shouldn't be. A little action Jackson. Here we go, now they're making it happen. Umpires, setting a little wake there. They're going for a little wake surf. There they are. Might come up on foil.
The breeze is certainly picking up out there. Seeing a little bit more white water come off the back of these boats, some more luffing action when the jibs are let go.
Yep.
That certainly changes up the intensity of this Mark III scenario going on here.
There you go. They did a decent job there. 9's still in the mix a little bit, so they're gonna have to clean that up. They're 11 digging for gold there and not finding it.
The team captain for Team C Senor is Hector Gutzman, a 4-time All-American skipper from Hobart and William Smith, graduated in 2020. There are not too many skippers who went All-American all 4 times, so that's all 4 years in a row. Very impressive there, sailing with Kate Klempen, an All-American crew from Hobart and William and Smith, is the older sister of another crew out here, Lucy Klempen, sailing with Boyd Bragg, and the third boat being Benton Amther and Hope Breslin.
Looks like green has a nice 2-3-4 here. And we think green's New Direction. Is that the
We think
call?
green is One United.
One United?
C Senor is pink. And 9 is in the back spinning. That is big trouble for 7. They have even more on as the 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one to dig out of. They've got a nice covered 2-3-4, nice spread out, easy to manage. See if boat 7 here can do something interesting, but probably not. Nice that there's a little bit more breeze there on the last beat though. It's been pretty up and down for most of the day.
Would you say that favors a team that is chasing or one that's protecting?
I think earlier on the downwinds, it was really nice for the teams that were chasing. They were able to bring pressure down. On the upwinds, I think it makes it a bit harder. There's even more chop and confusion in the water, and makes it a little rougher on the upwind.
They're even surfing some of these waves on the upwind on port. Look
There
at
you go.
this. Oh wow, incredible surfing job for 10. They are just flying.
Is that Kelly Slater? No, it might be. No.
I wouldn't be surprised. He'd probably make a great sailor.
Yeah, it looks like this one's probably going to be done and dusted. One final tack. That's going to be futile. In One Direction, is that the partial stand? Okay. Oh, that's Esteban and Telmo and those guys. Yeah. You know, they've been doing it for. Esteban's been doing this for a while. Also, we've seen him at Hinman's for a lot of years now. They know.
Yep.
They know what to do.
Yes, they do.
It looks like they got it done.
7 does have the 1, but green has probably an easy 2, 3, 4. That's Esteban Ferrer, Alfonso Garcia Bringas, and Telmo Bastera.
Good stuff. Textbook 234. Take notes, kids at home.
Right? Yeah, what would you say is a tip for anyone who's out there watching? What is this team racing thing? What's something they can do to be better?
Watch a lot of this stuff and you know, put in the time and do the reps. I think going through the plays and actually making sure you know what to do at every single moment. Hard to beat that. Makes life easy for everybody on your team, and if everyone on the team is on the same page. I think a lot of times you see people that are you know, doing one thing in this direction, one thing in another direction. That's something that I think a lot of the teams that are out here do a really good job of. The more experienced ones have been together for a long time, or at least are all on the same page. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much
Yeah,
for joining
thanks.
us. I hope you can rest up, hydrate, and get back out there for more action.
Thanks.
There he goes, Mateo Vargas. So we'll have Arthur Blodgett rejoin us and see what kind of start action we can bring for you. All right, if you've been seeing any of the on the water follow along shots, that's on our GoPro 12. The Hero 13 will be coming out this September. Cannot wait for that. It's going to have even more features. We have the Day Sailors and the Lightnings are both fleets that are right here at SSA and the Next Generation Under 30 group. Part of our One Design Club fleet here at SSA. That Burgee there is that. Chesapeake Bay Yacht Racing Association pretty much runs all of the sailing organization on the bay, making sure that the calendars are straight and the high point is sorted out. And the Naval Academy bringing in the boats and the people. Okay, we have red, SSA red, and blue. Wood Street Warriors and Cool Runnings. Cool Runnings in blue, Wood Street Warriors in red.
How are you, Roddy?
Looks like everyone pretty late to the start, but Wood Street with the 1-2 off the line.
Another very pin end favored start.
Yeah, that's still not easy. I mean, you've got to make the pin lay line. Certainly the other team's not going to let you start on port.
Right.
So.
Oh, we have a very special treat coming from Goslings here. Not the rum part, but the ginger beer part. And this is the peach flavor. Oh my goodness, I need to see this. This is what they add to the Goslings rum later to make the dark and stormies. Here, let's have a little cheers. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Hey, thank you for having me on the Love Report. It's
Yeah,
an
and
honor to be here.
Thank you all for if you have something, raise it up too. Oh, yum. Oh, you want to try the peach flavor?
Sure.
Are we back with the Wood Street Warriors and Cool Runnings?
Yeah, while we're watching this, let's get another special guest in here. We've got Dylan Paiva after a big win in that last race.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur.
Naval.
Hello, Ashley. Good to see
Hey,
y'all.
thanks for coming. Tell us about that last race.
Oh, it was really exciting. We were chasing a 1-2 on the run, but it was a very, very tight chase, so we were able to mix things up, force them to go play 4 on the run, and then after that at Mark 3, it was they're trying to gap us. I'm in last, trying to push forward, and it's windy enough out there now that one nice wave and one pump of the main, I was able to snake the boat in the 5 to leeward and blast all the way through, and we sailed into a 2-3-4, and I think we ended up crossing the finish line in a 1-2, but we got into a play 2 at Mark 4.
That's incredible. Tell us about the wind has been picking up, right?
Mm-hmm.
How's it? Have you been seeing that change things?
Well, the biggest change is that you can actually get through the chop now. It has been so choppy out there between the reverberations of the waves off the seawall, but also just all the power boats that are out on a lovely Annapolis day.
Yeah.
So now that we have the breezes up, you can actually sail through everything, and it feels a little bit more. I'm not going to say easier, but there's less stress inside the boat. You're not panicking about just trying to make the boat go fast.
Right. And have you sailed against your midshipman that you've been coaching yet?
We did, yeah. We raced against him in the first race of the day.
How'd that go?
It went great for me.
Okay.
Yeah, great for me. To be honest with you, I know we won the race, but that was 6 hours ago. I have no idea. No memory of what happened in the actual race itself.
Right,
Blacked out, yeah.
I blacked out. What happened?
Yeah.
But you've been sailing with these kids, against these kids, watching a lot of these competitors in regattas. Tell me about this year's Hinman and the level of competition.
So this year's Hinman competition is really, really tough. I mean, if you just look at the roster of teams that are here and the people that are sailing, going down the list, it's like, whew, there's not really any easy race wins out there. Every single race, you have to be, on your A game and ready to give everything you've got.
What are you guys talking about between races while you're out there and your sails are rattling, and do you even have time to communicate with each other?
My crew and I, Lydia McPherson-Schamberger, we've been talking a little bit of politics. She's in the political world, is about to start a job working for the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore.
Oh.
And so she's always my go-to sounding board for any political thoughts, questions, ideas that I have.
So nothing to do with sailing, really?
Nothing to do with sailing.
No.
Yeah.
You got to be friends first.
Friends first, and it takes so much mental energy when you're in the race that at least for me, my style is when I'm not in the race, I try my best to, settle things down, keep the heart rate low, and so that when it's time to race, you can focus everything back there.
Right. Well, putting on your coach hat, what's something that if somebody out there was learning about team racing, what's your tip or advice to just getting into this?
The biggest tip or advice I have for anybody trying to get into team racing is, team racing is the most fun discipline of sailing. I think that is a fact. I don't think that's even up for debate. It's the being able to be out there and have teammates that can help you out when you're in a bind just makes it so much fun. But my advice to people would be to focus on, don't be afraid to try, but focus on speed and boat handling first. Because if you can't keep a boat behind you, then none of the plays, none of the pairs, none of all the really cool team racing stuff matters. So, just trying to focus as much as you can on speed and handling first.
Excellent. Add the team racing as a layer.
Exactly.
After you've gotten that down.
Dylan, it's great to see you. I know we used to coach together at SSA way back in the day.
That was 10 years ago.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And you're the associate head coach at the Naval Academy now. How does someone who's such a slow sailor become a college head coach?
Wow, some shade.
There's some falsities that you've put in there, so I just want to take out Arthur's credibility right away. I'm not the head coach. I'm the associate head coach.
Assistant to
the head
regional
coach,
manager.
Yes, it is tough. It's very tough hopping back in these boats and competing against people that are either currently in college doing this every day, or just graduated, or in some cases like the team Jet Lag that are sailing here. Those same 6 people, I'm pretty sure, not my team, but those same 6 people I think have been sailing together for like 10 years.
Yes, they were Mateo was just on with us talking about them.
And so it's tough hopping back in, and you just have to trust the process. Arthur, I already said this today to my crew. That this is a quote from you when we were coaching together, that boat speed is not a setting, it's a process, and if you don't have speed, you have to start the process over again. And that's been my mantra this weekend is, when in doubt, just put the bow down, get her moving, and everything else will sort itself out.
Nice. And you mentioned that you run a little hot on the race course, that you're communicating very actively. Your team, Bradley Adams, is almost silent. How do you get Bradley to speak up and assert himself?
It's so I've done a couple practice team races with Bradley, but we've never sailed a regatta together. JC, our third skipper, is somebody that I coached for 4 years, and so I kind of, we have a much easier time communicating, just kind of we know what each other are thinking. But I just gotta trust my teammate. Trust Bradley to do his job, and hope that he trusts me to do my job, and that everything's gonna work itself out.
That is interesting to see the difference between teams who are just coming together for this event. But you all individually are very accomplished with other teams. But
Yep.
finding that chemistry, is there a secret sauce to finding it quickly?
Well, I don't know. If you find out the answer, please let me know. The one thing that we have noticed is that it's been kind of funny. At Navy, we have our certain style of sailing, and that's mostly based on speed. We focus everything on speed. Try to do things moving fast. Anytime you stop your boats, it's an opportunity to make a mistake. And there's a little bit of a different style at St. Mary's, and it's not a bad style. It's not a wrong style. It's just things are a little bit different. So there have been a couple times where the Navy way and the St. Mary's way have had a little bit of friction, but I think we've been able to overcome that.
It's a pretty big Venn diagram, of overlap. Right?
It's a really good point. Yeah, a lot of overlap. Almost everything is the same, and there's just a couple small instances where things are different.
Yep. And then you get to hash it out, and probably that's making you guys better coaches for each of your respective teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, because we, being forced to look at it from different perspectives and think about, why does the other school do it this way?
Let's jump in on the Something Chill down to the wire race. They're rounding Mark 1.
Yeah, we're seeing one of our first windward mark traps here, and the pink team is actually doing a nice job sailing boat 15 towards the radio towers, not letting them come back.
Yeah.
Pink is down to the wire.
So
Black
watch
is
this
Something
when
Chill.
if pink gets overlapped here, they're from astern, and so they have to sail their proper course to the mark. That's an often underlooked part of Rule 17 at Mark 1 there. I think they got away with one a couple times. Here we go. Okay, pink's coming in.
Got the play 4 converted. That was a nice job.
I didn't realize that pink 5 there was still on the beat. That's why 6 was holding out for so long.
That was maybe the longest Mark 1 rounding ever.
So now what we don't see here on our screen is what's happening with the other 3 boats. I wonder if the 2 black boats are trying to chase down that first place pink boat.
Yeah, the play 4, the 1-4-5 is for sure the sketchiest team race play, and that we said play 2 is the teamiest team race play. But
it is.
Play 4 kind of requires you to close your eyes and trust a little bit.
Yep, it does. This is kind of what I mentioned earlier. You have to trust your teammates to do their job. And play 4, 1-4-5 versus 2-3-6. Each team, it's as close to a tie as you can get in team racing, and so you're essentially tied, and everybody knows what the moves are. Everybody knows what the plays are. It all comes down to execution and who can put their boat in the right spot.
Down to the wire, we have Matthew Hogan as the team captain, sailing with Hannah Freeman as his skipper. The other 2 skippers, Wiley Rogers and Telis Athanasopoulos Yogo, sailing with Jack Hogan. It's a mixture of Stanford and Georgetown.
And the pink team does still have the 1, but you called it, Dylan. The team in a 2-3-6 is electing to chase for a little while, not wanting to run a play 2.
Yeah, it's chasing down the 1 can definitely be a play. It's certainly a little more unconventional, but in a unstable race course, if you can split away from the 1 and force them to pick 1 boat, you have a good chance. And there's always the ability to come back and do your balancing later.
This race is very, very spread out, which you would think would favor whoever's winning.
So here they go. Black boats are starting to play back now, getting in position to hammer on the pink boats as they come around the mark.
It's banana time.
Banana time, that's right. Trying to peel the banana.
got a lot of balancing to do. That this is about as stable of a play 4 of a 1-4-5 as you're gonna see. You know, the 1 with a good lead and the 5 with a big gap on the 6, gapping them, you know, a whole reach leg behind.
So here we go. We're starting to get in a position. Team Black is starting to get in a position here where they're doing a 2v1. They want to have one boat slowing in the front, directly in front, and they want to have one boat blocking Pink 5 from being able to tack. Took them a while to get there, but they are in position now.
It's such a big gap, boat 5 could almost just jibe out after they're over the ley line.
Absolutely. I'm sure that's what what we'll see here. Sail fast to the ley line, past it by 2 lengths, and then jibe to the finish.
Again, Something Chill is in black.
Yeah, they were playing it pretty chill for a while, and now they got to work really hard.
Yep.
I love when you use the team names in a sentence. Something Chill, the team captain is Nora Ong, crewing for Trevor Davis. The other 2 skippers, Piper Holtis and Caroline Bayless. Caroline sailing with Abigail Tyndall, and Piper is sailing with Reese Tyndall, Abigail's brother.
Now, Team Black definitely doing the work now. That Pink 5 is not moving anywhere. In a moment, I'm sure we'll pan out and see what's going on with the 5-6 pair.
They aren't quite past starboard ley line to the boat, but Pink could do a drastic move and drive out of this. Nope, they're going to be let go by 13. Maybe they can do a little pass back here towards the finish. Got it done. But they're still losing 2-3-6.
Yeah, maybe. You got to rebuild their speed right here. One's waiting, lurking with about a 7 boat length lead.
I'm curious what's happening with the other pair. There it is.
There it is, yeah. Okay. Look like we might have left it a little bit too late for Black to peel off here. It's going to be a pass back coming into the finish line.
Oh, yeah. Black did a little too much, and 6 was able to sail free and catch up.
Yeah, so a play 1 opportunity now for Pink, and that's really the best case scenario for a play 4 is that it's just a placeholder to eventually win with a 1-2 or a 1-3.
Yeah, a lot of races will experience a play 4.
Wow.
Ooh, what's going on here?
13 just tacked into a starboard boat. 6 is ducking. 1-4-5 for Pink.
Yeah, it should be 1-4-5 for Pink. That was unusual.
Even if 13 did foul there, they would still win.
Yep, nice play 4. I'm glad you were here with us to break that down, Dylan.
Happy to be here. Just think of me like Shaq, coming in for the big moments.
That's definitely the athlete comp I think of when I think of you.
Yep. Very similar builds.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go get back into race mode. Arthur, Ashley, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Good luck the rest of the way.
Bye.
Bye.
That was Navy Associate Head Coach Dylan Paiva.
I have loved just having so many guests here. Us being so close to the boat park, we can just grab people as they come off the water and literally just talk about what you guys saw at home. It's very, very special. And I don't know if every venue would be able to do that, but Severn Sailing Association's got it going on.
Yep. And it's great how multi-generational this sport really is, and team racing as well. You got
right.
from Colin Merrick to the kids that are just out of Opties, and it's cool thinking back on when Dylan and I and Sarah Morgan Waters and Cole Alsop all used to work together here at SSA, and how that's kind of shaped us as coaches going forward.
Right, and you're kind of talking about generations not as necessarily fathers and daughters and sons and moms, but coach and coachee. And they're the people they coached and then the people they coached. It's a much smaller, tighter generation, but it is still a rolling process.
Right, or you're a senior in college when someone comes in as a freshman, and then you're sailing against them for the rest of your life.
Right, and all of these people sailed in college, so they already have that sort of common ground between them. Even if they've never met, they have a similar experience behind them or in front of them, or they're right in the middle of it that they can commiserate about.
Okay, we got the current NADS team racing here, according to our on-screen graphics.
the team that Dylan coaches currently, the undergrads of the Naval Academy. It's tough to see the sails from this angle, but we have two groups of three working our way up to mark number 1.
Yeah, some contested pairs here, and neither team really in control yet.
Nads are sailing in blue, Wishbone in orange. Easy to remember, the Naval Academy colors are blue and gold. And their team captain is Ryan Waba. He'll be going into his senior year this year. He regularly crews for Nathan Smith, who he's crewing for here today. Ryan is also the team captain at the Naval Academy currently. The other two skippers, Jack Welbram, going into his junior year. Well, at the Naval Academy, they would call that second class. Opti national team and 29er Olympic development team member. His crew is Ellie Alex, who regularly sails for Jack. And then we have Henry Algier going into his third class, i.e. sophomore year, and Darby Graham, whose mother was an All-American crew for the Naval Academy back in 1994.
Why isn't she sailing?
Oh, she should be out here.
Yeah. So we had some contested pairs there on the reach, or an unstable combination, first and third versus second and fourth. And whoever did the pass back was going to have control of the race. You get two teammates up in the front to play back and control the action.
And 6 flagged 17 on a lured windward, thinking maybe they'd given them not enough time to avoid. Threw a flag and did a spin. That's a move.
Yeah, it looks like Wishbone working on a play 2 here, but a hard hook coming there from the Nads trying to go play 1.
Here we go. Speaking of multi-generational, we've got a multi-generational here. Graham Woodworth graduated Tufts in 1997 as an All-American. Crew Lucy Sunderland Lucy just started sailing at Washington College. We have a father-son in here. Where is it? Oh, Mason. No, they are brothers.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Brothers Graham and Mason have been team racing together since they were 10 years old. Junior sailing out of Watch Hill Yacht Club. And then in high school at Williams School, and then in college and post-college in dinghies. And all the way up to the Morgan Cup in keelboats. Luke is Graham's son. That's where it is. So Graham and Mason are brothers, and then the third skipper is Graham's son, Luke.
Nice jibe right there in the zone by both 5, but it seems like they've locked rails. So even if they get the call, it's
a disadvantage.
Advantage Wishbone on that one. I think we're gonna see a red flag on the back Wishbone boat here.
Mason Woodworth went to the University of Rhode Island, graduated in 1997.
Oh no, it's a flag on the Nads. They jibed to starboard, I guess, and the umpire felt they did not give room to keep clear. The Nads have a chance here, though, to go play 1. They've got a first and third, so with a teammate in last, you want to jump on that opportunity as quickly as possible.
I was just going to say Orange was making it a little easier for 4, sailing both underneath his zone of coverage, and now they're doing it again if 4 comes back. Ooh, red flag out on 4. Green flag. It's easy to be distracted when you're flying a red flag because you were waiting for a call, but you still have to remember that the race is carrying on and you must sail fast, which they are doing. Re-engaging. down here to maybe tack on 17. Liebau 17.
Liebau there, and still the Nads are going for the play 1. Going to come down to speed in the last wind shift right here.
Right, if the breeze goes left at all, Wishbone has a big chance here. Oh, there's the finish line. 18 is a little overstood, maybe, but that means they'll come in very quickly.
Ooh, the committee boat end pretty favored right there, and it looks like the Nads are going to eke this one out.
That definitely helped them out. Go Nads.
Yeah, go Nads. They had a tough call at the leeward mark. Ashley, how can it be a red flag when one boat is on starboard that clearly has right of way, and the other boat is on port? So how can the right of way boat sometimes be wrong?
You can be wrong if you hunt too much, if you come down too far and the other boat has to immediately take avoiding action, then you've come down too far. Basically, they rewrote that in the last iteration of update. I guess that's 4 years ago now because we're going into another Olympic quad. Another way would be tacking on to starboard and not giving the boat that would need to avoid you enough time to get out of the way. Are there any other instances?
No, those were two really good ones, right? For those of you scoring at home, that's rule 16.1, changing course. When a right-of-way boat changes course, she shall give the other boat room to keep clear. And rule 15, when a boat acquires right-of-way, they shall initially give the other boat room to keep clear. So that leeward mark penalty on the Nads, that was the starboard boat they deemed was in the wrong because she had jibed to starboard and not given the keep clear boat the room to keep clear.
And that's sort of shorthanded as tacking too close or jibing too close.
Yeah, right.
But
well, the concept is you cannot make somebody foul you, right? Like there always has to be an opportunity for the keep clear boat to keep clear and avoid a foul.
Yeah, and that keep clear boat has no obligation to anticipate your jibe or tack. So even if they see that tiller going away, they don't have to assume that that tack is going to be complete and already start avoiding you. They only have to avoid you once you're on starboard.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the umpire is going to go back to their last point of certainty. I mean, there's two umpires on most of these boats, and they're talking through whether they think a boat is has the space to tack or jibe onto starboard, and then how much time and space has elapsed between a boat gaining the right of way and the keep clear boat having to keep clear or the contact. These umpires are highly trained, certified by U.S. Sailing, and they really make this sport. Like, they make it a sport. So it's awesome to have them out there. And the sailors get a break on land between each race, but the umpires are out there all day. So hats off to this awesome umpire crew.
And hopefully hats on, because they have no coverage from the sun there. They are dealing with all of the elements in these completely open ribs all day long. And a lot of these umpires is a team racer. You develop relationships with them too, because you keep seeing them at the same events.
Yeah, for sure. You have to build credibility with the umpires over a 3-day event. You don't want to be stating things that aren't true, and of course you have to respect the call. Again, just having them out there makes it a way better sport for everyone. You said the chief umpire was Jeff Borland?
Yes. Also called the chump for short.
Oh, yeah.
He's used to that position. The chump basically organizes and runs all of the umpires and is in charge of comms with race committee and anything that they see on the race course that they can feed to committee, and just organizing all of these wonderful volunteers that travel all over the world doing this.
I think we're going to see a mark trap right here. The orange team trying to convert to a play 2.
Yes, I'm seeing SSA orange is actually New Direction, and SSA green is Doomsday, race 201.
Wow.
That's a lot of races. New Direction in orange.
So once again, a play 2 trying to split the banana against a play 4. New Direction trying to double up on 10 and balance them back. 10 taking off, surfing the judge boat wake right there. And, ooh, maybe rolling into a play 1. The judges present some, the umpires, excuse me, present some obstacles and some opportunities on the race course as well.
That's why they're mostly inflatable boats, so that any bumping that happens is not going to damage anybody. But it's pretty rare that they get in the way. This may be the last race that we are covering, so don't tune out. The breeze is up and the action is too. Sailing a lot of reachiness on this downwind leg. Sailing a lot more distance, but that's because this race can still go either way.
A lot of speed, maneuvers, good boat handling. And the green team might have a play 1 right here. It looks like 10 broke overlap on 9 just in time for the zone of the leeward mark. And they're off to the races, planing on this bottom reach.
Right, all that last green boat has to do is keep the 5 and the 6 out there, which is their job's being made even easier with 7 doing some penalty turns out there in the back.
Yeah, they're gapping pretty hard to create a 2-on-1 at the front of the fleet.
And the 10 and 12 sailing high and low on the reach is a great defensive move. It's really hard for 9 to do anything to either one of them.
It's important when you're learning team racing that you team race from the front of the fleet back, and you can tell what play you're in by the position of the top 3 boats. So if we have 2 of the top 3, we're in a play 2 or a play 1. And if we don't have 2, if we have 1 but not 2 or 3, then we're in a play 4. So after an action-packed run, we've got a play 1 here for the green team.
All right, let's check in on the standings before we wrap up our coverage for today. Los Huevos have 12 wins out of 14. So they've only let 2 points go. With 10 wins each, we have Doomsday climbing their way up the ladder, and Rock City Cruising Club holding on fast with 9 points, New Direction and Si Senor. And then a bunch of teams with 8. Hot Soup, Jetlag, 7, Hill Yacht Club, the Newspapers, 1 United. So Doomsday and New Direction had a really great afternoon and find themselves in top contention. This has been an incredible day of racing. I really want to thank GoPro for being the live feed sponsor out here, and for all of the local sponsors and other Gill and Gosling's sponsors for U.S. Sailing. Arthur and Travis and all of the guests that were brought to us, it was incredible to see all of the different inputs from, we have the drone view, and some of them were surprised by that, because they're down there on the water level watching it, and we're in the air watching, hearing their perspective. So what are your final thoughts, Arthur?
It was an awesome day of racing. It was really cool to see just so many sailors operating at a really high level. We had champagne conditions for team racing, to be honest, and the race committee doing a great job banging the races out. So I'm just excited. The suspense is building for tomorrow in terms of I would say 2/3 of the fleet can still make the playoff, and if you're in the playoff, you have a chance to win the regatta. So championship on the line on Sunday.
Yeah, with so much more daylight and no cutoff time, they'll probably be racing on into the wee hours of the day and then partying all evening with Mission Barbecue, and Gosling's Rum Dark and Stormy is on land. So we'll catch you all tomorrow. Oh, they're sailing 1 more hour. All right. Well, that's pretty much the amount of daylight we have. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Ashley Love. We'll see you tomorrow. It's really fun.
Yeah, thanks, Ashley.
Continue on with our Gosling's rum here. There's no rum in here.
Ginger beer.